Good evening, everybody. Antoni here. I hope you're all having a very productive Tuesday, let alone weekday. Well, it's been pretty interesting what's going on, especially with May about to come to an end. And yeah, I have, as usual, been busy with my MA thesis. I'm actually at my 30th page, if you could believe that. And yeah, the topic that I've chosen has been a lot more interesting than I could give it credit for. And I am completely determined to have this done. And I've still managed to learn a lot from it. I mean, a lot. And well, I've also kind of been thinking about the future of a good number of my content, whether on YouTube or DeviantArt or both. In terms of DeviantArt, yes, I have been a lot more busy with Inuyasha and Ayame submissions because, hello, they've been my one true pairing for, well, forever. Yeah, and I've been wanting to go into a lot more fun directions with them, especially as a power couple specializing in a great deal of martial arts. I've also been wanting to expand, let alone switch up the some of the dynamics in my 7 team anime martial arts AU headcanon because there were actually some that I haven't really been satisfied with, and actually some that I'm still going to maintain. And I do have a good number of them that I still would love to maintain for a very long time. That's for sure. By the way, one of the teams or a couple of the teams that I'm still going to have permanently, as in remain in their teams, are the Splendid Seven, which have Sashomaru specializing in MMA with a background in Brazilian Jiu Jitsu and Luta Livre. Shuran, who specializes in pro wrestling with a background in sumo wrestling and Mongolian wrestling and various other wrestling styles. Inuyasha, who specializes in ancient Greek wrestling with a background in Pankration and Kapukuya Lua, as well as combat sambo. I kind of did base Inuyasha's wrestling style on Zangief from Street Fighter and the more mixed style from Guile, who also does have a professional wrestling background, also from Street Fighter. Then we also have Hakaku, who specializes in Muay Boran, Ginta specializing in Letway, Ayame specializing in Muay Thai with a background in Kyuktuki and Muay Lertrit, and Shunran, who specializes in Shaolin Kung Fu with a background in Sanda and Bagua Zhang. So the Splendid Seven, consisting of Sashomaru, Shuran, Inuyasha, Hakaku, Ginta, Ayame, and Shunran, are definitely permanent. The next team that's going to stay permanent is basically, hang on a second, I'll go to my DeviantArt page and see which ones I'm going to have still on board. Pardon the, beeping of my computer. I have my USB on hold because, as you can tell, I've been very busy, of course, with my MA thesis. So a lot's been going on as of this very moment, and it's about to get a little bit more hectic. I mean, let's face it, I'm in my final semester of my master's program, and I want to make sure that I graduate the best way possible. And granted, my grades have actually been good, very good. I mean, the lowest grade, if you're a German watching this, so far my master's program is a 2.0. My highest grade is a 1.3. The one that I have in the middle is a 1.7. So I've been doing a lot better than how I've been accomplishing in my bachelor's, which, if you could believe, or let me rephrase that. If you were in my shoes in the bachelor's program, you kind of realize how much concentration that really has. And I was not also in the best of physical shapes back then. I was still obese. I actually even hit one of my most obese weights back in late August 2019. Yeah, I kind of blame it on a lot of the comfort eating and the binge eating, and something definitely needed to be done. By the time I was in Paris, watching a lot of operas, I started walking a lot more. And the hotel I was staying in, it was an hour's worth of walking away from Palais Garnier and the Opéra Bastille. I don't know if I have those mixed up, but yeah, they were basically an hour away from the opera houses that I was going to. So that was quite a fun time that I was enduring. Definitely enjoyed walking there to and from the opera houses. Although one difference is that I think at the Opéra Bastille, because I didn't want to run the risk of being pickpocketed, I had to end up taking a cab. So there were definitely some exceptions. But what was constant about my time in Paris when I was losing weight was I started to walk a lot more. I started to cut down on my eating. And I also started to make a lot more healthy choices for myself. So, granted, losing weight while I was in my first semester of university was easier said than done, especially when you're considering that because my weight loss was sort of at the forefront of me trying to feel better and look better, it kind of did have a bit of a damper on my grades. Well, my first semester wasn't really that great looking back at it. And second semester, it had a little bit of an improvement, but it was still kind of a tough place for me to be in. Third semester, fourth semester, and fifth semester, and even my sixth semester, all the way up to my first master's degree semester while I was still writing my BA thesis, I did improve markedly, and I no longer had any barely passing grades. So it was at the time that my weight was a lot more stable. Granted, I'm still having issues with trying to lose weight, but I always have to think to myself, as long as I'm doing this not necessarily for vanity's sake, but for my health's sake, then I'm at the right direction. So the happy ending to come out of all this when I was graduating from my bachelor's was I ended up having a 2.0 as my final grade after I submitted my BA thesis. In German standards, it's a very good grade. It's actually a good grade, Technically, because it's marked gut, I am technically in honors. I technically graduated my bachelor's with honors. I know it's a little bit more different in the United States and Canada and what have you, but I think to me, graduating with a 2.0 here in Germany, even in spite of all the shit that I was going through in my first semester with my weight, especially my second semester, also with my weight, it was still something that I'm proud of. And by the time I was starting my third semester in my bachelor's, I was no longer medically obese. So I considered that, at least in my opinion, a medal of honor. Granted, my lightest last year in 2023, I was at my lightest at about like 140 pounds, which if you convert it to kilograms, it's 66 kilograms. I did become rather complacent with my, eating habits and, lifestyle change, and unfortunately ballooned back to, you know, 83 kilograms. But I have to remember that weight loss isn't something that is completely easy. You really do have to address, you know, also your own personal habits. And well, and while it is kind of a shame that I did balloon back to that weight, like 170 pounds. Hi, goddess. So I consider that, a big honor for me to say that I'm no longer obese. I'm no longer, medically obese. I'm no longer having those motion problems. I've actually improved in my walking. I've improved a whole lot when I was losing weight, because heaven knows that I do not want to be a massive fatty, to quote Steve Miller from Fat Families. I am just way too gorgeous. I mean, not to be vain, and just way too active and way too sociable to be fat. So I would never, ever want to go back to that fat lifestyle. Yes, granted, I did end up picking out a lot more when I was in Australia. It was my first time there in Sydney, and I do kind of understand that, you know, the impression that I've kind of given certain people, especially grown-ups, is because I've been losing weight and because I've been rather obsessed with no longer wanting to be obese or medically obese, that they might think I'm going to acquire an eating disorder. And not to get too personal, but, the host families that I've stayed with, there were only like two people in the house, and I did have my concerns for them. And I was also doing my part in making sure that, you know, that they were also well tended to, well cared for, and that I also, as I said, do my part as a very, very, very good guest. Yeah. I mean, these days it's kind of tough to try to even lose weight, a lot more weight these days. I mean, now I have this, ooh, I now have this, master's thesis to deal with, and a whole bunch of other um projects and stuff. So yeah. And to those people who think I'm being lazy, forget it. Hey Jack, sorry to keep you waiting,
Hey,
man.
and Tony, how you doing?
Hey man, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine.
Great
How
to
about you?
hear. I've been very busy as of late, I'm already in my 30th page of my master's thesis out of like 60 pages as the norm and 66 pages as the maximum, because in my university we have the 10% rule. So, for instance, the standard of me writing my master's thesis is 60 pages. Now, I have the choice of writing between also 54 pages at the very minimum or 66 pages at the maximum. And that's just worth of main content. That doesn't include like the cover page, the table of contents, or the bibliography, or the declaration of authorship.
Okay. Okay.
So it's been quite a ride I have been having. Just quite the ride.
Oh, that's great. Congratulations. I really hope that whatever your upcoming, you know, whatever you're trying to pursue, like I hope that you will accomplish your dreams.
Thanks, man. I mean, I think during the times I was studying in university, I think, and even in when I was doing my A levels for adults, or if you want to get a little bit more technical, it's akin to a GED for adults or a GED in the States, which we call the Abitur für Erwachsene. So it is akin to a GED, like, you're in your adult
All right.
years and you know, it's pretty much the equivalent of acquiring an adult high school diploma because, to cut a long story short, my high school diploma from the Philippines was not recognized here in Germany. So I made the best of my situation and did the Abitur for adults. I felt like I learned a lot. I went through a lot of challenges, especially considering that the mode of instruction, for the most part, was in German. So that was a tough experience, especially for someone like me. But the good news was is that I managed to graduate from that current, or excuse me, from my Abitur school with a good grade, actually, a 1,8, which is practically in the honors line.
Great.
So, and even
I'm
back
proud of
then,
you.
yeah, thanks. And even back then in high school, I've been kind of up and down with my academics because for the most part, my averages have mostly remained between 86%. Well, 86% was my lowest average in high school. My highest average was a 90%, and that occurred once. And then I had an 80, and then 88%, and then 87%. And then for some crazy reason, I ended up graduating high school with honors.
Oh, okay.
And I had a very frank conversation with my business studies teacher who said that, I was wondering, oh, why was it that I graduated high school with honors? I didn't really expect that to happen. And he told me that you've been consistent with your work and you've also been consistent with your behavior. So I consider that a major blessing. And it was my way of saying me graduating high school with honors was like the ultimate catharsis, even though I did not expect that at all. Among acquiring a lot of other awards. And even way before high school, I will admit that I was a lot better academically from the third grade all the way up to middle school.
Yeah, I think most of us struggled throughout that time.
Mm. I mean, especially with really trying to find something a little bit narrower, especially something that's doable, like after you do your university schooling or trade school or what have you. Because, well, I think during the time I was in high school, I've always kind of known that the course I was going to specialize in or what I wanted to specialize in was not anything related to business or science or math or what have you. I realized that it was a lot more in tune with the humanities, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, the arts and humanities. And by the time that I started to not only do acting, well, trained as an actor in a film school in Cebu and also acting schools here in Berlin, I think I started to get into the groove of it. I also attended some acting master classes, like one involving my like a Meisner workshop and a film acting workshop. Um, I also, and of course, in my school where I was doing my GED, one of the courses I took was the performing arts, or in German known as Darstellende Kunst. Knowing my background as an actor and knowing my background in theater, I was totally engaged with that. And I also had some acting projects on the side, especially where theater was concerned. And I also was in a web series. So there was a lot going on.
Yeah, speaking of web series, I do have an interesting idea for. I mean, it's not going to happen right away, but if once season 4 of Movie Rehab is done, I do consider doing something very interesting with the intro. I'm not going to give away what it's going to be like, but at least the idea itself is going to be pretty nice.
Right on. Hmm. I'm really excited to be in that because I've actually enjoyed my time as Rumpy. Yeah,
Yeah, and it's
I've
always
actually
a
enjoyed.
and it's. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
It's fine. I totally enjoy my time as Rumpy, and I do hope to voice other characters on your show as well because my gosh, it was really fun, and I could actually use a lot more inflections on certain characters and really put it to good use. In fact,
Yeah,
I've
I
also done some voiceover work on some manic expression projects. So yeah, it, there was never a dull moment.
That's great. And do certainly have I do have certain I certainly have sort of ideas for upcoming movie rep episodes, and kind of make sure that Rampy is going to make as many appearances as possible. I do have plans for the characters, for all of my characters as well, and Rampy isn't an exception amongst them.
Right. I am so excited to hear about those prospects. If you really need someone to voice any of the characters, you know where to find me. I'm always ready, always prepared, and I'll guarantee you, I'll give you as many takes as possible, man.
That's amazing. This is also why I always love to work with you. Like, you're awesome, Anthony.
Thank you. It's always been something that I've been trained to do, growing up. I've always wanted to be an actor. I've always wanted to do voice acting. I've always wanted to do anything with the performing arts. But, given how competitive it's been and, given the current state of entertainment these days, I'm glad I'm focusing a lot more on the humanities, especially with my field. And there are going to be some interesting prospects to delve into once I also do my PhD or once I continue, you know, with the educational route. Well, especially for adults.
Okay.
Mm.
Well, I I would just like to say I really just hope that well, I really hope that perhaps you're gonna get the chance to portray other characters in my videos as well. I mean, not just like with movie rehab, but you know, I do have there's always like a new idea that you know right off the right off the top of the head, and it's usually something that I always try to write down because like ideas can oftentimes you can often forget about them around like 50 seconds or something like that. just
Right.
writing it down, and perhaps you're just going to follow up on the idea itself. And I do have a huge imagination. Like it's never gonna be boring. Let me
Yeah,
just put
same
it that way.
here.
To you.
Yeah, same here. I think that's also why we click so well because I also do have a crazy imagination, a very huge, wild imagination. I know that sometimes in the real world that doesn't always, suit certain real life situations that well. But when I put it to good use on like any fan related projects that I have, like on DeviantArt, then you can bet your bottom dollar that I can make it work wonders. I mean, one of my favorite ideas, aside from the obvious Inuyasha Ayame AU headcanon that I have for Inuyasha and Ayame being prominent martial artists, as well as, a power couple who so happened to rule the Northern Euro tribe as a mighty leader power couple. One of my other favorite ideas is to have a crossover friendship with Inuyasha and Raymond from Totally Spies. If you know that show, well, you will automatically recognize that I have one favorite episode, and that's from season 3. It's called The Incredible Bulk. I don't
Incredible
know if you've
Bulk.
watched Totally Spies.
I think I watched a couple of episodes. Yes.
Hmm. Yeah, it seems to have acquired such an interesting and pretty bizarre reputation for being a quote unquote fetish show. I could see why,
Yes.
though. Because, Sam, Clover, and Alex have found themselves being constantly kidnapped by some really crazy villains, and oh boy.
It's
And
I I think it's also European, which is why I think they also do go do get away with some riskier stuff. If I'm
yeah,
if I'm not wrong, like
yeah, it's basically French. It's basically, it may be from France, but the style is anime inspired.
yeah, that's true.
I still enjoy it, but I think Incredible Bulk was probably one of the last Totally Spies episodes I enjoyed the most. Not to mention, you're looking at a guy who is a loyal partisan, let alone shipper of Raymond and Alex. All right. I don't know if I could like share the screen. I think I could. Yeah, I'm gonna share something with you because if you want to know what Raymond looks like, I do admit that growing up as like a 12 or 13-year-old with like watching Totally Spies, um yeah, hang on a second. Hang on a second. Okay. So, I'm gonna share the screen for a while. Hang on a second. So, I don't know if you could see him. So that's
All
Raymond
right.
from Totally Spies.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. There's another picture I found of him on the internet. So you could really tell that I did have a major crush on this dude growing up. Um, when I was like 13 years old. Hang on. There's another image of him. I don't know if you. Okay, here we go. Yep, another image of Raymond.
Okay.
Yeah, that was how much of a monster crush I had with this guy. All right. Okay, now
I
there's
mean,
also this. Yeah, there's also this um website that is also dedicated to like the Forgotten Tune guys. So this one, hang on. Here we go. Yep. As you could scroll down right here, this was Raymond. And I think around the time The Incredible Bulk aired, I was already starting to become a shipper of Raymond and Alex as a couple. They've been my OTP ever since I was about 12 or 13 years old. So look at all
Oh,
that
okay.
goodness, man. Look at all that. Right here. Right here. Scroll down even further. It was also around the time, and here's something as soon as I stop sharing the screen, right there. Yeah, that was how, yeah. Yep. As you could tell, by the time I was approaching 13, I was already starting to think that Raymond and Alex were an item. It's just a shame that after the episode ended, Raymond ended up breaking up with the muscular Alex because he doesn't fancy girls buffer than him. So that episode might have left me disappointed in the end, but I had an amazing, crazy A headcanon idea. Why not have Inuyasha, Sashomaru, Shuran, Hakaku, Ginta, Ayame, and Shunran specialize in various martial arts and have like a martial arts tournament against Ulrich Wernerstein and his bodybuilder goons. And the and of course Sam, Clover, Alex, Chet, Raymond, and even Brittany would yeah, and even Robert Beefcake would end up watching, or excuse me, Dave, yeah, any of them would end up watching the carnage going on because if you followed me on DeviantArt, you'll realize that I've been having ideas for like martial arts styles to suit certain anime characters. For
Yeah, I've
instance,
seen
yeah,
yeah, I've seen plenty of fan works regarding Inuyasha from your deviant art. Like, yeah, it's a very it's a very I would say seems to be a very favorite you know fan art. How can I put it? It seems to be something that you're mostly invested with, engaged. Yeah,
yeah, because well, because I've always enjoyed the ideas of having my seven favorite like, characters in Inuyasha engage in various martial arts. Like who I have for Sesshomaru is having him involved in mixed martial arts and with the background in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Luta Livre, Vale Tudo, and Pancrase. Um, because I could see Sesshomaru as the type of fighter who could implement ground and pounds and omoplatas, and who could also use grappling and striking as his main weapons. Shuran, because of his size and because of how imposing he looks as like a huge panther deva, I see him specialize in professional wrestling in the style of anything from TNA action and WWE, but also with a bit of sumo wrestling, as well as Mongolian wrestling and various other wrestling styles that incorporates his style of professional wrestling. Inuyasha, I actually see him specializing in ancient Greek wrestling with a background in um, Pankration and Kapukuya Lua. I kind of based Inuyasha's fighting style on Zangief because if you've seen Inuyasha and how I draw him in my AU headcanon, you realize that he's very muscular. He's a lot buffer than what he looks like in the original anime because that was the direction I was going with him. I wanted him to kind of, take on like a sort. I could see him basically do a lot more with grappling, with a bit of, and of course, you know, with grappling and wrestling. Grappling and wrestling for Inuyasha, because I could definitely see him work with a lot of submission holds. I could see him work with using that muscular power of his just to overcome his opponents. So that was like the direction I was going with him. Hakaku and Ginta, well, we basically know them as like Koga's right hand man. Well, I totally scrapped that idea with Hakaku and Ginta and just made them join Sesshomaru, Inuyasha, and Shuran. And basically, Shuran is almost like their brother. And with Hakaku, I made him specialize in Muibaran and Ginta with Lethway. Now, the thing about Muibaran and Lethway is that, yes, both of them are rather similar in which they not only use like nine like the elbows, the knees, the shins, the fists, and the feet, but they both also use the head. And in Moiboran, there's also a bit of grappling. I'm pretty sure that that's also a similar case with Lethway. So there is a bit of similarity with them, as to the best of my knowledge. Now with Ayame,
I
yeah, and with Ayame, I made her
I just
specialize in
want
Muay
to
Thai, and Shunran, Shaolin Kung Fu. Yes.
yeah, I just want to say I really appreciate, you know, I mean, you seem to be very knowledgeable about all of that, and that just showcases the amount of love and dedication that you really put into your work.
Thanks. Thanks so much.
You're
You
welcome.
know,
No problem.
you know, I, when I also look back at the affiliation I have with anime, it did start out when I was a toddler. And, you know, much like you and me, you know that our first anime would be like Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball Z, right?
I
And
mean,
even
those are
Pokemon.
some of the most famous examples, like
Yes.
around the time when they came out.
hmm And because I was also growing up in the Philippines, I also grew up with anime series that not a lot of people in America are even aware about. Like most of Nippon Animation's work, like Heidi, there's even a Snow White anime and a Cinderella anime, Boo Boo Cha Cha as well, and um, heck, even Detective School Q, which I absolutely loved when I was a 12-year-old. And around, like, speaking of the time when I was 12 years old, back in 2004, and in the sixth grade, around that time I was slowly starting to become a lot more disillusioned with Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, and Disney Channel. Although there were still some action cartoons that I liked, like Justice League and Justice League Unlimited, and even X-Men Evolution. Don't get me wrong. But I was starting to become a little bit bored with them. So when I tuned into Animax, I was like, oh my God, this is just so amazing. Because also around the time Animax was showing their anime English dubbed, it wasn't the first time that I got through or watching English dub anime on like a television networks growing up. I also caught them on AXN back then when I was a 7 to 8 year old boy. I watched Flame of Recca. Heck, there was even Yu Yu Hakusho. Well, when it aired on GMA, it was known as Ghost Fighter, and it was in Tagalog, and there were character names that were changed from Japanese to English. And going back to AXN, I watched Flame of Recca. I've watched Gatekeepers. I watched Steam Detective. You're Under Arrest. Power Stone. Um, Street Fighter Alpha, the animated movie. Yeah, I even watched a bit of Street Fighter 2 V. Well, actually, ended up watching Street Fighter 2V a little bit later when I was already a teenager, about 14 or 15 on Hero TV. And around the time I was so getting into anime, I even loved Akazuki and Cha-Cha, which also aired on Cartoon Network Philippines. So I was starting to become invested in anime even at that age, but I wasn't so aware about that. I still loved the art style. I even loved the Japanese names, and it was one of the first instances where I wanted to aspire to be a voice actor for anime. Um,
Yeah, that's I can definitely relate to that. Like, anime is a pretty, you know, awesome medium, and it's also, usually the kind of medium where, you can definitely, where the chances of finding, you know, like cartoons for a more adult audience is much bigger than, Western animation, because
yeah,
they usually try to, keep it more grounded. And, this is something that I can, really appreciate. And, like, generally speaking, I'm just, you know, absolutely intrigued in, Japanese culture in general. Like, and it's pretty cool whenever they are, you know, in implementing elements from, the culture and then into their work. And it's always very interesting, to notice the contrast between, Western culture and, you know, Eastern culture, because, the values and all that, something that would be, maybe considered a bit off-putting, you know, in the Western world would be considered more, you know, you know, would be considered more understanding in, the Eastern culture, especially if it comes to, respect towards elderly and, parental figures and all. And whereas
mhm,
here he, whereas here we are definitely more, we can be more, critical and more rebellious against them. This is something that's, usually frowned upon in, Eastern culture.
absolutely, absolutely. I mean, there's also a lot of anime that is rooted in, Asian philosophy, and one of the most notable ones is also rooted in Chinese philosophy. You need not look further than Dragon Ball Z or all of Dragon Ball or all
Yeah,
of the Dragon Ball
definitely.
series. Now, because of the hype that Dragon Ball received, I think this was also the anime franchise that also spawned Inuyasha or Rumiko Takahashi to kind of have a go at Inuyasha. Now, what I've noticed about Inuyasha is that, contrary to what Anime America stated in their now 4 going on 5 review of Inuyasha, especially Robin's review of it, Inuyasha's concept isn't really that unique. It's not unique at all because you have elements from Journey to the West. I mean, think about it. Inuyasha is akin to Goku, or in Chinese, Sun Wukong. Now, both Inuyasha and Goku are strong. They are prodigiously strong. However, they also need to be controlled. Now, while I am not a fan of Kagome and I despise her because, well, it seems to be in vogue for Takahashi to have the female characters inflict harm on the male characters, even if they deserve it or not. But all that aside, I could see where the intention is coming from. Kagome is the equivalent of Sanzo, or I don't really know the Chinese priest's name in Journey to the West, but the point is the priest has a magical diadem or a magical object to control the creature, or Son Goku or Son Wukong. And along with the travelers, or along with them are like other travelers, like Miroku. Yes, another character I don't particularly like, but I could see where his origins are coming from. He is akin to Chokyukai, or yeah, Chokyukai or Chohakai, I believe, or any of the two. Chokyukai in the sense that he is a rather lustful fellow, and Sango and Shippo, I think they're a bit akin to Hakai. So there is that element of, basing it from Asian mythology to make Inuyasha sort of the anime that it is, at least to my knowledge. But Inuyasha is not the only anime to have had this premise of Journey to the West. There's also Gensoma Den Sayuki, an anime from 2000 that has, well, like pretty boy shonen leads in the forms of Sanzo, the rebel priest, Son Goku, not the Goku that we know from DBZ, but he's like this very jovial and bouncy dude, but who's also strong and formidable in his own special way. Chohakai, who is a kappa or a water imp, who happens to be quite the ladies' man and is also half demon or hanyo, and Shagojo, excuse me. I get those two. I got those two mixed up. Chohakai is like the smart one with the monocle, and he's also level-headed. Shagojo is the water imp. He's the kappa, and he's the ladies' man. So Miroku is also comparable to Shagojo in that sense. That was an anime I remembered enjoying when I was a lot younger on AXN. And I also enjoyed the sequel series that came out on Animax, which were Sayuki Reload and Sayuki Gunlock. So around the time I was 12, I was starting to involve myself with watching anime that not a lot of people have heard of. Like, without Animax, I would not have heard about DNA Squared or what was that? Detective School Q, which I could see why it never really got an American release. I think Detective School Q is quite similar to Detective Conan, in which there are murder mysteries being solved, and they usually involve like teenagers solving all these mysteries. And yeah, most of them are murder mysteries. There is a terrorist like episode in Detective School Q, but to its credit, Detective School Q was definitely one of the anime series that I definitely enjoyed to this day. And then you also had Ghost Stories, like before ADV Films produced their own dub, because in Animax, it was known as Ghosts at School. Now, the Japanese title was called Gakko no Kaidan.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. And I also enjoyed the heck out of Great Teacher Onizuka. I love that anime to bits. And I also loved Wolf's Rain and Technolize. And I also enjoyed Get Backers and Gene Shaft. Oh boy, wonderful times with those old anime series. And even when I was watching anime on YouTube, there was, oh yeah, and lest I forget, even with anime airing on GMA, one of the Filipino networks, I also enjoyed watching Hajime no Ippo and even Slam Dunk.
I must admit, while I don't know most of the animes that you have mentioned, I am, really happy that there was such a huge collection of, shows that you had the chance to watch. I can only imagine that this must have been like that you that you were never running out of good story material over these decades.
Mm, exactly. Oh, I think we got a question from Goddesso. What would happen if the Nicktoons Unite met anime characters such as Yami Yugi from Yu-Gi-Oh!,
Yeah.
Inuyasha, Ryuko from Kill la Kill, Spike from Cowboy Bebop, and Luffy from One Piece? I think they'd be totally amazed at their presence, if not intimidated at worst, especially where um where Yami Yugi is coming from. Spoilers, I wasn't totally into Yu-Gi-Oh at the time, but I mean, with the uncensored version, it has a very interesting story. The version with 4Kids, I've been a bit up and down with 4Kids, but where I was growing up in the Philippines, there was a Singapore dub of Yu-Gi-Oh that actually retained the Japanese openings and endings. The same goes
I,
for Digimon Tamers and yeah, a couple of the Digimon anime series.
oh yeah, I've heard a couple. I've seen a couple of clips from the I think it was the Singapore dub of Yu-Gi-Oh, if I'm not wrong. And
Mm.
really, I mean, just the idea that they've turned Yami into a surfer dude is just, I mean, that was definitely something. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I've seen there. Yeah, I've noticed there were a couple of. I mean, they left it unaltered, which definitely is cool. But I must admit, I actually don't mind either versions. Like whether we talk about the original Japanese dub, and even with the 4Kids. I mean, obviously they have done lots of edits. I mean, one thing that most people need to put under consideration is that at the end of the day, 4Kids was pretty much just you know doing what the networks wanted them to do. Like
Mm-hmm.
altering some of the things that wouldn't be accepted for kids, you know, for a younger audience. And I mean, of course, there was the whole One Piece thing, because that was obviously not intended for a you know younger demographic. But you know I mean, but they got the license, and they had to do something with it, because apparently, I mean, again, I don't quote me on that, but apparently they regretted obtaining the license of One Piece, but they
Mm.
were obligated to do a dub. So this is why, and I think most people usually agree that the 4Kids version of One Piece is probably the messiest of all their dubs. Like, I mean, I've seen like a review about it, where about the insane amount of changes that they have done. And
Oh, definitely. Do not ever get me started with 4Kids version of One Piece. Oh boy. But even speaking of One Piece, I wasn't completely a huge fan of it. I know that there are people who like One Piece, but what kind of turns me off about One Piece is, well, the never ending journey. It almost feels
yeah,
like I don't know where the fuck could I even start with this show because I don't have all the time in the world to tune in to One Piece, let alone review One Piece. Because if I want an anime to review in earnest, here's my favorite length for reviewing an anime. I wouldn't mind having a go at Yu Yu Hakusho, but with specific arcs. Same thing with Inuyasha, also with specific arcs. Um, but if you ask me to try to have a go at reviewing like the entirety of Inuyasha, you might as well expect me to say I'm not so sure. Not so sure if I could do that.
Yeah, when I think it's kind of the same for me with One Piece, because while I am very certain that, the show's pretty amazing and all, its length and, the show's like going on for, I guess, like literally 2 decades now. And
Yeah, 25
what?
years. I mean, it's running just as long as SpongeBob SquarePants.
And that's, I just gotta say, like, with anime, usually they don't run nearly that long. Even with something like, not even with something like, Dragon Ball or something like that. Even
Yeah, and
they
even the same case
were
with
shorter.
Detective Conan, you know?
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Yeah. But going to anime that I would rather be reviewing, well, if anyone is going to request me to review an anime, my favorite length of episodes of anime for me to review would usually be about 12 to 26 episodes. There are definitely some longer ones that I could have a stab at, like Monster, which I heard was really good. I watched a couple of it, and it was amazing, and it's absolutely amazing. I mean, Johann Liebert is one of the most terrifying anime villains of all time because there's just absolutely nothing redeemable about that man. I mean,
Yeah, sometimes, people think that, you always need to have some kind of tragic villain to have but honestly, I don't really think that's always necessary. Sometimes a villain can still be well written while at the same time, still be pure evil. Like, it can work if it's executed well, if you know what I
absolutely.
mean.
Yeah, absolutely. Another, and then so that's an anime I'm considering reviewing. Um, but that's actually my favorite length of, favorite episode length of anime to review. Like 12 to 26 episodes. That's what I'm looking at. Now for OVAs, I'm actually cool with reviewing OVAs. Because those last for like 1 to 3 or even 4 episodes. Now, there is one OVA that I would actually love to see being remade as a full-on anime series, and that's Shoot Fighter Tekken or High School Exciting Story Tough. Now, the reason why not a lot of people have heard about it is because when they think Tekken, oh, they think it's going to be some of the characters from Tekken. Well, it's far from the truth. They've already tried a go with, well, not the studio, but, well, there was already a Tekken anime movie in the 90s, but
Yeah, I've heard of that.
yeah,
I think I've seen.
to put it bluntly, it almost felt like just watching separate OVAs when it could have just been an anime series. Why that had to
You
be
know,
a
I've
movie, I'll never know.
I've seen, Spoonie's review of the Tekken anime, and according to him, this was it was actually fairly close to the video games, but it also, that was also like kind of its biggest its biggest problem, because the video game themselves could be pretty goofy and all that. And I think that's also something that, made the, I think that was kind of a disadvantage. At least according to him. I have seen like, 3 reviews of his, where he covered, different Tekken movies, like the anime, the live action adaptation, as well as the, you know computer animated Tekken movie, because there was
Yeah.
also like a computer animated one.
Yeah,
But
Netflix also released a an anime version, another anime version of Tekken called Tekken Bloodline. from what people have been saying, it
Okay.
looks pretty good.
Is it
But I
already
think,
out?
yeah, I think it has been out. But I guess when it comes to video game to anime adaptations, I suppose that Street Fighter 2V is one of the best ones for anime series. In terms of movies, Street Fighter 2, the animated movie, absolutely god tier.
Yeah, I've heard lots of good things about this movie, and it's definitely on my watch list of movies that I need to watch. I mean, that's for sure.
Mm, yeah. And, I've been tuning into Animax from the time I was a 12-year-old boy. The last time I've tuned into Animax, I was about 19 or 20. And yeah, I've been tuning into a lot of anime, networks growing up. And one of my biggest pipe dreams growing up, as I said, was to work as a voice actor for anime. At first, I wanted to work in Funimation, but you know how it is. After what
Yeah,
happened with Funimation, oh boy. I
yeah,
but here's also my assessment about what was going on with Funimation. I think the merger happened, and I know that a lot of you watching this stream are going to have your counter arguments with me on this, but I think why the merger between Funimation and Crunchyroll happened was because this was a sign of desperation. Around the 2010s, a couple of controversies happened, right?
yeah,
One of them involved, and excuse me for announcing his name because we're also Facebook friends, Ilyich Guardiola, involved with a one of his acting students. So, and the other one involved a certain Scott Freeman, who ended up having some sick, compromising material and was jailed for it. He should have had a life imprisonment after that. Then came the
yeah,
whole shit that happened with Vic Mignogna, because Monica Rial and Jamie Markey and Ron Toy were being such hypocritical assholes.
yeah, definitely. And talk about hypocrisy because considering who like all the previous stuff that you have mentioned, and it's certainly a huge problem with today's day and age. Is I mean, regardless on which side you're on, I think at the end of the day it needs to be. I mean, the approach needs to be neutral, and instead of canceling people immediately, we need to take our time to let the justice system take care of it. I mean, obviously the justice system isn't perfect or anything, but the rights of people on social media, or people in general, to who aren't who aren't qualified to this, to play judge, jury, and executioner.
Exactly. And, you know, the other nail on the coffin for Funimation during the 2010s was like the unapologetic political ideology scattering in those dubs. Now, if you thought that Four Kids was terrible, at least there was some consistency, even though the execution of their so-called consistency wasn't really the best of all time.
I must
But
admit, while Four Kids had its problems, I must say I don't really hate most of their work. I mean, aside from certain alterations, but then again, this is because of what the networks wanted them to do. I mean, I've heard, while I haven't seen it, I know that Shaman King is one of their darker works, and
Yeah.
so it goes to show that they were, you know, that if they were given, the chance to do more serious, to make some more. I mean, if they weren't, restrained by the networks, they could have actually done a similarly as good job as, some of the other, you know, dubbing companies. And what I want to say is, I mean, the only thing that, I cannot defend about 4Kids, and I think this is something that, everyone will agree with, are their, financial business practices.
Yeah. There's some shady ones going on there, and I'd even argue that Funimation, they're also rather guilty of some not so good financial practices. And I was kind of stupid of me to want to work or want to dream about working with Funimation, because why did I want to focus on that? I could see why, because a good number of their dubs were good. I mean, that's where ADV Films also became very well known before they went belly up back in 2009. Rest in peace, ADV Films, even though you had such a contentious legacy. But you had an exciting one, I'll give you that. Um, but the one anime dubbing studio, American anime dubbing studio, I could still defend is Bang Zoom Entertainment. And
Okay.
yeah, I think, yeah, and because they've been very generous to their fans, they've been very supportive of them, and I think for the most part, a good number of their voice actors actually treat their fans well. Funimation, I think looking back at Funimation in hindsight, I don't think it really has a good track record. I think its track record got worse, I think around the 2010s. Well, more specifically, like after 2013, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I mean, you know what they say, hindsight is always like 2020, and at the end of the day, it's. uh, I mean, I gotta say, like, you know, if you ever get an idea for, your own work, like whether we talk about, something like a movie, live action movie, or an animated movie, or some, or maybe a movie in style of an anime or something like that, I think the best idea is to try to make it all on your own. Obviously, it would require crowdfunding and all that jazz, but at the same time, it would give you full reign control and all that. And this is something that I think in today's day and age is something that we need more than ever before. I mean, especially considering how the current state of movies is going, like. And because at the end of the day, I mean, the point is, I think it's always very important that if we have our own ideas, to go independent with that. And
Mm.
I but I think I've completely lost track, and I lost track, and I think I just let you speak again.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Because you know, this was around the time when I think that's also where I started to acquire my ideas of, anime characters being involved in martial arts tournaments. Because, well, yeah, and let's also not forget about watching Baki the Grappler and Shura no Toki. Well, Baki the Grappler I caught on GMA back when I was like 12 years old, approaching 13, and about to finish the sixth grade. And Shura no Toki, I believe I caught it either in middle school or like early high school on Hero TV. So those were rather rare anime titles. Well, rare compared to like the more mainstream ones. I even found myself loving Chrono Crusade, and you know, Couldn't go wrong with those type of anime titles at all. Now, I even found myself kind of enjoying Samurai 7 a lot more, even though, looking back at it in hindsight, the show is rather flawed and some of the decisions that the characters made were pretty stupid, especially where Katsushiro and Kirara are concerned. Yeah, Kirara constantly pining for Kanbei. Idiotic move, really. Rather idiotic. Katsushiro, he was tolerable at most. The characters I actually like from Samurai 7 are Heihachi and Kikuchiyo. But I actually love Heihachi the best. And I also like Kyuzo. So, and I also remembered loving the absolute heck out of Saber Marionette J, Saber Marionette J again, and Saber Marionette J to X, and even Saber Marionette R. Those were definitely enjoyable times. Although these days, when it comes to anime, I'm a lot more critical about which anime I particularly like. Besides, you're looking at a guy who considers Cowboy Bebop to be a class of its own, or in a class of its own. It's my number one favorite anime of all time, and for a good reason. For 26 episodes, it just shows you that quality definitely beats quantity. And Cowboy Bebop shows it in spades. You got really deep characters that you cared for and give a shit about, like, Spike Spiegel, who is, both cool and charismatic, but he also has a tragic past. Faye Valentine, quite the enigma, but also has something that follows her every day and constantly haunts her. Jet Black, who I've also kind of grown to empathize with a lot more, and Edward. No, not Edward from Full Metal Alchemist, but Edward, aka Ed. Oh my gosh, what an absolutely fun and endearing character she was. Not to mention, Cowboy Bebop also hosts some of the most, you know, interesting and diverse cast of villains like Pierrot Le Fou and Vicious, and even characters that I also cared for, like Julia. So there were definitely a lot of things about Cowboy Bebop that I have learned to enjoy a lot more, and even to this day, I still love it. Technolize, I also consider to be very underrated. It also shows that the beauty in Technolize really is in its execution, its art style, its use of subtlety, and its top tier writing. And especially considering that I also love Haibane Renmei or El Gris, absolutely great anime series to watch. And I also loved Welcome to the NHK, which actually hits a lot harder for me now as an adult. It's actually hit harder for me back then when I was an 18-year-old graduating from high school, or who ended up graduating from high school even before I turned 19 years old and was on my way to that acting school. So watching Welcome to the NHK made me appreciate anime a lot more. And, going back to when I was between 12 to 13 years old, i.e., 2004 to 2005, I remembered when I was tuning into a lot of Disney Channel commercials in 2005, there were times that I would give the commercials a huge side eye or a lot of acidic comments coming from my mouth and even from my mind, because my perception of the commercials or the Disney Channel So Hot summer commercials, if you've watched my rants on that particular commercial, was that I kind of saw those commercials as brainwashing a lot of my girl classmates from, you know, from grade school. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I do have some vague memories about you talking about the commercials. I don't remember what the title of the video was.
I think it was Disney Channel things that piss Antoni off. The Disney Channel So Hot Summer commercials.
Uh, all right. So, you know what? I'm gonna check it out later. By the way, speaking of which, I unfortunately have to sign off now. But I just want to tell you, it was pretty nice. It was pretty great to do a live chat once again, like with the anniversary. I mean, like with the anniversary special, and you know what? While it was only like you and me, it was still absolutely amazing. And besides, it also made it much easier for us to communicate. At
Absolutely.
the end of the day, I just want to say, like, I know I might have not been and might not be, you know, I don't really, have much of a not going to have as much of a presence within this video than with the other live stream, but at the same time, I just want to say, like, each and every second that I've spent talking with you was a lot of fun, and it was especially fun, whenever each one of us was, given their own 2 cents on certain topics.
Thanks. I consider that very valuable, Jack.
Same, and I just want to say I just wish you a wonderful day, and we'll definitely we'll definitely see us again.
Yeah, thanks so much. And, to all of you watching at home, please subscribe to Jack's channel. And if you're interested in joining Team Night Saturn, by all means, we're always welcome for new members.
Thank you. I mean, I'm only just one subscriber away from 100 subscribers. I mean, I know it doesn't really hold a candle to the 2K subscribers that you're having, but I at the same time I always like to think that those very few people that you know that do subscribe my channel, those are very devoted fans, like dedicated, and this is and what I think if I once I get the chance to put out more content, which I must admit is a bit difficult because over the years I have become way more camera shy for some reason.
I feel
I'm
you.
really, I really just want to, I do want to continue my work. I mean, I know it takes a lot of time, but as shown over and over again, like whenever I do put out content, I think most people will agree that the quality is always. I mean, I am a perfectionist, and I'm trying to make sure that the video ends up being as great as humanly possible. And with each new year, I'm always getting better. Like I had, humble beginnings would be like an understatement because it took around, just say, 5 years for me to finally get better. But I will say you can always see like that I'm always getting better with each new year, and I think it's better to start to don't have an all that great beginning with your work, but
Mm,
then eventually get better over time. I think it's preferable over peaking at the very beginning and then only getting worse over time. And while
yeah.
I don't put out as many videos, at the same time, it also gives me enough time to, you know, write, write down everything and, put out the videos. And whereas others, they are putting out many videos, like 2 videos each week. And, it's pretty admirable. It's something that I wish I had the amount of willpower to make it work. But at the same time, I do know that you know, I do know that usually can cause lots of burnouts for them. And
Exactly.
but at the same time, the point is, yeah, I know that 99 subscribers. That doesn't sound like much and all that, but I'm always grateful for everyone who's watching me and supporting me. And I just I just want to say thank you for the shout out and for the support that you're trying to share with everyone else. And like, I know this is like the longest goodbye ever, but
It
I
doesn't
just
matter.
want I just want to wish you a wonderful day, and we'll see you soon again.
Oh,
I'm
definitely. You
trying
can
to
bet. See you next time, Jack.
bye.
So that was a very amazing, conversation, really. I mean, I consider Jack to be a very good friend, and he has been absolutely, absolutely amazing. So he's been one of the very great encouragers, or a very encouraging gentleman who's seen a lot of potential in me, and I am thoroughly grateful. He's been, a great pillar of support, especially when he casted me for Rumpy. I'll never, ever forget those times at all. And I do hope to work with him a lot more in future projects. He just has an amazing, you know, ear for detail. And yeah, that's pretty much all I got to give for him. In any case, well, going back to my time with Animax when I was a 12-year-old, yeah, I always keep going back to that because those were definitely the periods of time that I consider my golden ages, especially when it comes to rediscovering. Thanks so much, Jack, and God bless you too, man. Keep on rocking. I'm sure that you'll definitely make it with a lot more subscribers, a lot more viewers. And you know what? Keep rocking, man. You can do it. So the reason why I keep looking back at those times when I was a 12-year-old and even 13-year-old was because those were the times that I consider my viewing experience with Animax to be at an all-time high. I mean, I've discovered a lot of rarer shows, rarer anime series. I even had no idea that Angel Links was a spin-off series of Outlaw Star, which was its more well-known counterpart. I really need to get back to watching Outlaw Star and eventually reviewing that baby, because I had a also very nice conversation with a good friend, Ray Vasquez, aka Lava Buster. He even said that in stark comparison to its more famous counterpart, Cowboy Bebop, he argues that Outlaw Star really does need a lot more love. I would even argue that it does need as much love as Trigun and Berserk. Yeah, and I even caught Cowboy Bebop not only on Animax, but also on Adult Swim when I was traveling to the States with my family. So got a lot of amazing memories with Cowboy Bebop, Inuyasha, Full Metal Alchemist. All of those experience watching anime when I was a tween, and especially as a young teenager, whether I watched them on Animax or Adult Swim, Toonami, or especially on the internet, whether it's like on YouTube or any of the other sites. They were all exciting experiences that I could never ever take for granted, and they've actually helped me to cultivate my sheer fascination of anime. And yes, even when I look back at the times that I kind of threw shade at Dave the Barbarian as a 12-year-old, yes, I know that there are those in the comments section who say, "How dare you hate Dave the Barbarian? How dare you?" You know what? Forget it. This is my channel. This is my life. And I got every right to say what I think. Okay? Good. So, around the time when I was a growing anime fan and really starting to love anime a lot more, I ended up disliking Dave the Barbarian to my heart's content. And for good reason. Back then, I thought the show was silly, ridiculous, and it wasn't really aligning with the shows or a lot of the programs I was gravitating toward, whether it was action cartoons or anything that has action in it, martial arts action, or characters just beating the ever loving crap out of each other, or even the coolness of what anime had to offer with characters who really think with their brains and not much with emotions or impulses, or characters that didn't have the tendencies to act all loud and obnoxious or too over the top. So, those were the experiences that I've dealt with at the time. I was even kind of throwing shade at Fairly Odd Parents and SpongeBob at the time when I was 12 because, well, when you're a 12-year-old starting to appreciate anime a lot more, your tastes not only change, but your perception of certain installments starts to become a lot more, well, challenged, so to say. And it was sort of through Detective School Q that I became a lot more invested with the main cast of junior detectives, i.e., Kyurenjo with his challenge, or excuse me, with his whole intuition and his whole way of figuring out and solving the crimes at hand. Megumi Manami with her photographic memory, which, coming from someone like me who does have photographic memory, I've actually learned to admire her a lot more as I grew up. And she was like almost, I kind of saw her back then as a 12-year-old boy, almost like a big sister, because by the time Detective School Q was airing, well, during its debut in Japan back in 2003, the characters were like 14 years old, and Ginta was the eldest at like 18 going on 19, and Kazuma was like the youngest at 11 going on 12. Especially, and the second eldest was like Ryu, who was 14 going on 15. So already there was a lot that I could learn from. And yes, Ryu with his cool and calm, collected sense of intellect, another character to look up to, and Kazuma, of course, the resident genius, the resident tech genius, who was very intelligent. And Kintaro, I dare not forget about Kintaro because he also had street smarts and like was very capable in combat to boot. So these were characters I aspired to be when I was an impressionable 12-year-old boy. I really, really loved the characters from Detective School Q that much. I was kind of sad that it didn't have an American English dub because when I was watching Animax as a 12-year-old, the English dub that was available was basically what we call the Animax English dub, in which the voice actors are Hong Kong based, and they're like the ones who dub the characters' lines and basically give them life. So that was a very fun time I had, and learning about them and what they've also specialized in, aside from voice acting, also made me as determined to not only think about the acting and entertaining side, but also the educating and informing side. Because from what I could tell, I think a good number of former Animax voice actors have also had degrees in the humanities. And I think some of them also had business degrees and have also done various voiceover work in commercials or video games and many other pieces of visual media. Speaking of video games, yes, I've made it very clear that I've been a video game fan ever since I was a 7-year-old boy, starting off with Soul Calibur. And the funny thing was that a lot of the video games I purchased, because remember, I grew up in the Philippines, especially the ones with the fighting games, a good number of them were in Japanese. So Japanese was actually one of the first foreign languages I've listened to, aside from Tagalog and Cebuano, that I've kind of picked up when I was a kid. And it was also very fascinating learning about Seiyu, the Japanese voice actors and voice actresses. And I was actually to know that a good number of Seiyus also had singing careers. Yes, there was the ever wonderful and ever amazing Megumi Hayashibara, who also had a career as a J-pop singer and was also responsible for a lot of the show's openings, whether they be Saber Marionette J all the way up to Saber Marionette J to X, or Love Hina, or even Sorcerer Hunters. My God, she was one of my role models growing up when I was a youth. I loved Megumi Hayashibara because of her versatility. I mean, she could voice anything from young boys to young girls to teenage girls to mature women. She could voice anybody and anything. I mean, her vocal range is impeccable. And that's just Megumi Hayashibara. I also think that Koto no Mitsuishi is just as versatile as Megumi Hayashibara, although most of the roles that she specializes in are mostly girls. I am not so sure if she did boy roles as well, but from what I could see from Koto no Mitsuishi, she could do teenage girls, she could do mature women, she could do young girls, she could do comedic characters, she can do any role under the freaking sun. That is also just how versatile she is. One voice actress that I do miss and still miss to this day is Tomoko Kawakami, because I've always admired her work in Revolutionary Girl Utena. I've admired her work on GTO. I've admired her work on Detective School Q. She's yet another voice actress who could voice anything and anybody, whether it be young boys, young girls, teenage girls, tween boys, and mature women. She had it all. And yes, one of the first voice actresses that I heard back then when I was a 7-year-old was Hokoko Ashima. The first role I heard her in was Destrega as Sereya, one of the heroines. She actually starred alongside Hideyoshi Kawa, Kazuya Nakai, and Shinichiro Miki in that same game. So, yeah, Kazuya Nakai, Shinichiro Miki, and who was that? Hideyoshi Kawa. These are gentlemen that I continue to admire to this day. And I know that they do specialize in um an interesting variety of characters. Like, I know that Kazuya Nakai, he usually gets casted as a hero or a rival or an anti-hero. With Shinichiro Miki, he's versatile, but what I've also recognized is that he mostly specializes in a lot of anti-heroes and villains. Hideo Ishikawa, heroes and anti-heroes without a doubt. Because there's something about Hideo Ishikawa that just makes him scream that he's a hero or an anti-hero. There's just something about the timbre of his voice that I really love. And of course, he does have a great singing voice. I mean, yeah, Kazuya Nakai, Shinichiro Miki, and Hideo Ishikawa, they all have great singing voices. The same thing I could say about Toshiyuki Morikawa and Nobutoshi Kanna. Now, I definitely love those gentlemen. Well, in Morikawa's case as Mitsurugi, and Kanna's case as Maxi. And what I've also noticed about Toshioki Morikawa and Nobutoshi Kanna is that, as far as I know, they're also friends in real life. And a good number and a good portion of their roles whenever they're together is that they're either rivals or friends or friendly rivals. I mean, you dare not look no further, or you look no further than their work on Berserk with Kanna as Guts and Morikawa as Griffith, because those two are rivals and they become friends, but Griffith betrays Guts and the rest of his followers. So yeah. Another relationship voice actor trope that also interests me, Nobuyuki Yama and Soichiro Hoshi. I've mainly known them as Siegfried and Keelik, respectively, on Soul Calibur. And what I've also noticed about them together, hi Miss Kitty, is that a good number of fan artists ship their characters. I mean, Balmung and Reki from the Dot Hack series, that's a very interesting ship, and dare I say, a really cute one. Same goes for Willem and Chaos from, I think, the Xenosaga games. And funnily enough, Airs Blue and Yuki Aiba from Infinite Rivius. Yeah, I really need to catch up with Infinite Rivius myself. My opinion on Adam Sandler movies. Well, I do have a rather intense love-hate relationship with Adam Sandler movies. I'm not really a huge fan of a lot of his mainstream movies. I'm not really a huge fan of his comedies. I'm not even a huge fan of his gross-out comedies. So it's a love-hate relationship, to put it lightly. Heck, I even made my review of 8 Crazy Nights, and I stated that I wasn't really too much of a fan of Adam Sandler at all. He's a very dividing figure, in my opinion. I mean, I know he's cool in real life, but, the comedy material is a little bit hit and miss for me, and that's just a nice understatement. Okay, so going back to my experience with the whole trend of it. So yeah, that's something interesting that I've caught with their relationship voice actors. Yeah. Heck, I even ended up shipping Siegfried and Keelik. I just thought that it was quite cool having this tall, handsome, brooding knight with blonde hair hook up with a brown-haired monk, and both of them are trying to atone for their sinful pasts, and I think they'd find lovely solace together, so why not? I've been a huge Siegfried Keelik shipper ever since I was a young teenager. I didn't really think much about shipping back then, but Siegfried and Keelik, for some reason, they seem to really be perfect together, at least in my opinion. And another thing about me and video games is that I was slowly starting to think more about character relationships and not just the classic beat 'em ups. Like, I really do admire the brotherhood that Ryu and Ken have from Street Fighter. Yes, they do fight a lot, but at the end of the day and in their core, they are brothers who really do care for each other and really, you know, just end up having each other's backs. Now, I know that Tekken, with especially where Namco is concerned, I know that with Tekken they tried to do a similar dynamic of Ryu and Ken with Kazuya and Paul, but I think in the later Tekken games it wasn't like coming to full fruition. And it's kind of a shame because with Paul constantly wanting to fight Kazuya in the King of Iron Fist tournament and Kazuya just seeing him as, well, another opponent, let alone another nuisance. It's kind of a shame that it was reduced to that and Paul just became a joke character, because there's a lot of material to work with when it comes to Kazuya and Paul and their brotherhood. I even love this piece of fan art that I caught on DeviantArt that still makes me um that still makes me absolutely warm and fuzzy on the inside. And hang on a second. I'm gonna search for it right now. Yeah, this is done by Mike313, and this is a piece of work that I freaking love. It's called Buddies. And I've made the argument that if if I had it my way, I really would have loved for Kazuya's and Paul's. Yep, this is them. This is Paul and Kazuya being the best of friends, according to Mike313. Yeah. It kind of got me thinking that it would have been really cool to see Kazuya and Paul have a brotherhood, let alone a friendship akin to Ryu and Ken. You know, two rivals who at first fight each other a lot and engage in physical combat, but at the same time, they respect each other. And that's something that I've learned to appreciate a lot more with, Kazuya's and Paul's ideal brotherhood. And I think that's definitely a great way forward. And in my opinion, I think that, Paul might be a great father figure to Steve because, well, I think the way Paul and Steve have been hanging out, it does feel like I'm watching a father and his son bonding. And just add in Nina Williams to be the mom, and what do you know? A great family, just like that. And I've also been a huge Paul Nina shipper for many years. It's one of those Tekken couples that I could definitely get behind because there's always something so cool about this rugged, virile, and rough around the edges fighter who has judo and kyokushin karate as his main fighting styles, like Paul, hook up with a cool, collected, yet lethal madam in Nina Williams, who also specializes in the assassination arts with a background in Hapkido and Aikido. So put those two together, and my gosh, there's just going to be a lot of belligerent sexual tension. That is my type of relationship for Paul and Nina. Okay, so do you like a pup named Scooby Doo? If so, what's my favorite episode? I do like a pup named Scooby Doo. I've enjoyed it ever since I caught it on Cartoon Network. I am not so sure if I have a favorite episode, but I do have some favorite moments of the show in the fact that every time Velma finds a clue, she'd say Jinkies. And there were occasions where I thought Daphne said Jinkies in a very posh way, but she was actually calling for her butler, Jenkins. So that was another running gag that kind of made me guffaw. Yeah. Good times with a pup named Scooby Doo. And it's actually one of the finer Muppets Babies style cartoons that I've enjoyed. And by the way, Junebug Films, or by the way, Ty, I totally understand. And it's okay, man. It's okay. There's always next time. And well, maybe there's also always later, so you're always welcome. I'm probably gonna be here for quite some time, so no worries, man. So I've been actually quite cool with a pup named Scooby Doo. It was a very fun show. The characters were a lot more bouncy, let's put it that way. And it was pretty much one of the first um, installments that kind of saved Scooby Doo. By the time the late 90s rolled around with Scooby Doo on Zombie Island, that was when things started to get real. And my God, did I love the absolute hell out of Scooby Doo on Zombie Island. And yes, even Scooby Doo and the Witch's Ghost. Great times. I caught Scooby Doo on Zombie Island when I was 8 years old, and we were visiting my cousin in LA and her friend who was also in LA. So definitely great times that I had watching TV. Yeah. Especially with Cartoon Network's Cartoon Theater. Oh my God, those were absolutely, absolutely amazing times that I've had. Oh boy, I really do miss those times. Really, really miss them before a lot of the stupid decisions came and before Saturday morning cartoons death. Yeah. I mean, these days, Saturday morning cartoons just seem like a thing of the past, and I miss them. I really do miss them. And as far as I'm concerned, they really don't make a lot of these programs like they used to anymore. I know I'm 32 years old and I'm starting to sound like an old man. Yeah, get used to it. Oh well. It's kind of also fun to know that when I caught, the likes of GTO and even Dokiri Doctor on Animax, I managed to get invested a lot, get a lot more invested than I ever thought before. Yeah. And going back to those experiences and why I came up with the whole 7 team, 7 member anime martial arts teams. It wasn't just from watching anime from Animax and Adult Swim and even to some extent Cartoon Network, especially in its Toonami block, and even watching some anime on YouTube and even collecting anime series. But it was also based from the times that I was, playing a lot of the fighting video games, whether it's Tekken or Street Fighter or King of Fighters or Mortal Kombat. And I was also very intrigued with the martial arts tournament aspects that I found in Dragon Ball Z, and even Yu Yu Hakusho. And when it comes to tournament anime series or fight or any anime series that has a fighting tournament or martial arts tournament, I can never ever go wrong with Yu Yu Hakusho and Flame of Recca. I absolutely love them to bits, especially where Yu Yu Hakusho is concerned, because the characters don't just use their martial arts prowess, let alone their fists, feet, and what have you. They also use their brain, and they also use tactics to overcome their enemies. And especially when the stakes are high with the Toguro brothers, it just shows you right there how much Yusuke, Kuwabara, Kurama, and Hiei have grown. And let's also not forget about Sensui from the Chapter Black saga. Sensui was yet another favorite Yu Yu Hakusho villain because he was not only complex, but he also had some very, very well-rounded and absolutely intriguing ideas that are both controversial and frightening, but also makes you want to understand him a little bit more, even though he is a blooming sociopath. That is just how well-rounded and awesome Yu Yu Hakusho really was. Heck, and I even enjoyed Goksen. I mean, I know that there are some people who don't particularly like it, but my main reason for liking Goksen at the time was it was always cool seeing Kumiko Yamaguchi kick ass and just do her thing as a teacher. And what's also cool about her was that she was also a member of of a long-standing Yakuza family. So Kumiko, or Yankumi, was definitely a character, a female anime character that I've learned to appreciate a lot more with every single rewatch and watch of Goksen. I think it ran for only like 12 or 13 episodes, but it's an anime series that I'm definitely gonna review one day. I'm not so sure. Maybe I might be wrong if it's if it ran that long. Let me see right there. Because Goksen also ended up having a live action anime series. Okay, so here we go. Goksen ran for okay. It ran for 13 episodes back in 2004. Yeah, the interesting thing about Goksen, or the Goksen, was that it started out as a manga from 2000 to 2007 and it had 15 tankobon, or volumes. And then it had a television drama back on April 17, 2002 until June 28, 2008. Then it had a live action movie in 2003, an anime series which ran from January 7, 2004 until March 31, 2004. Even I couldn't believe that. And then another anime, or and then another live action movie in 2009. And then there was Goksen the movie back in 2000, also in 2009. Whew. Absolutely thrilling when you, especially when you research a lot about a lot of these anime series. Yeah. And I've also learned to appreciate them a lot more as I've grown up. And these are anime series that continue to be a part of my life because I enjoy them. I totally enjoy them so darn much. And I would not have had it any other way. Now, when it comes, now, of course, going, yeah, and that's how it kind of started. So, okay, going back to the anime martial arts teams AU headcanon. Now, the reason why I went with 7 teams was because, well, one, it's my favorite number for a team next to 6. Well, with 7, you could actually do a lot more with, the number of, characters you want on each team. And this especially goes for my Inu Rangers AU headcanon. I also have like 7 main Rangers per series. So what I'm looking at is like, or my favorite ones to use are like 5 guys and 2 girls, which happens in certain teams, and another combination that I would use for 7-person teams are like 3 guys and 4 girls, and of course my other favorites, all 7 guys and all 7 girls. Yeah. So basically the ones that, aside from the Splendid 7 consisting of Sesshomaru, Shuran, Inuyasha, Hakaku, Ginta, Ayame, and Shunran, the other ones that are surely permanent, at least in my eyes, are the War Emperors, consisting of Yoshiki Takaishi from Street Fighter Tekken, Mamoru Takamura from Hajime no Ippo, Kuranosuke Takeda from Inuyasha, Tsume from Wolf's Rain, Mitsuhide Kuroda from Street Fighter Tekken, Kisuke from Inuyasha, and Shinosuke also from Inuyasha. So what I'm looking at with them is that, yes, I made them specialize in a lot of grappling martial arts. I think the best move for them, considering that Mamoru Takamura is mainly a boxer and that a good number of their styles entails some type of grappling and striking or combination of both, I think it would actually be appropriate to incorporate them with a combination of Pankration, ancient Pankration, Pankration professional wrestling, and Kapukuya Lua and Combat Sambo. Basically like a huge mixture of those martial arts. Yeah, basically like an amalgamation of those martial arts. That's what I'm banking on. And I think that's what I'm kind of enjoying with it. And that's just one thing that is going to be permanent. The other one that's going to stay permanent is who I call the Kings of Formidable Fists, consisting of Baki Hanma from Baki the Grappler, Ryoma Sakamoto from Shura no Toki, Takeshi Sendo from Hajime no Ippo, Kibo or Kiichi Miyazawa from Street Fighter Tekken, Alexander Volg-Songi from Hajime no Ippo, Ichiro Miyata from Hajime no Ippo, and Ippo Makunouchi from Hajime no Ippo. Now, I made them specialize in what I would call mixed martial boxing, which is just kind of insane. But the more I look back at it, I think these are the type of fighters who would also specialize in Pankration, in the sense that they would combine punching, kicking, grappling, and wrestling. And I think these are the perfect candidates for, fighters who would specialize in Pankration, because let's face it, Takeshi Alexander or Vorg, Ichiro, and Ippo are mainly boxers. Ryoma Sakamoto specializes in like ancient martial arts, although in Shura no Toki he's more adept with the sword. And then you got Baki Hanma and Kibo from Baki the Grappler and Shoot Fighter Tekken, respectively. They both specialize in a sort of special mixed martial arts in which Baki specializes in total fighting and Kibo specializes in Nanshin Shadow style, based on the English dub of Shoot Fighter Tekken. So, what better way to kind of amalgamize those styles and, make them be specialists in a combination of mixed martial arts, pankration, and boxing, with a bit of kickboxing in the mix, because they're not just going to use their fists, but they're also going to use takedowns. They're also going to use grappling. They're going to use submissions. They're going to use kicks. They're going to use the whole 9 yards, and they're going to like work with it. So that's actually my vision for who I would call the kings of formidable fists. And the next ones that's gonna stay permanent. The Blood Empress, consisting of Toran from Inuyasha, Blue from Wolf's Rain, Wakana from Inuyasha, Mika Sedo from Gene Shaft, Enju from Inuyasha, Karan from Inuyasha, and Takako Kawashima from Shoot Fighter Tekken. Now, they do specialize in a lot of different martial arts as well. I made Toran specialize in Krav Maga, Blue specialize in Penchak Silat, Wakana specializing in Sistema, Mika specializing in Bokator, Enju specializing in Jeet Kune Do, Karan specialize in Hapkido, and Takako specializing in Taekwondo. So I think my direction for them this time, would be maybe have them specialize in mixed martial arts, like or a sort of combination of mixed martial arts and shoot fighting. That would actually be a nice way forward for them, because for me, that's also where I would actually see them, because I see them as rather mature, as like mature ladies, specializing in these martial arts. And that's why I call them the Blood Empresses, because in my AU headcanon, they are pretty much the mature ladies of the martial arts tournament who might seem very gorgeous and elegant on the outside, but are also quite deadly and truly, truly vicious when it comes to their, styles on the inside. So that's also something to consider with them. I think I might have to give the Korean martial arts to another, before I start jumping all over the place with that. So yeah. Basically with them, I think they could go the mixed martial arts route. As far as I'm concerned, they might as well go the mixed martial arts route, because I think that's sort of a style that I think is more adept for them. Although they will have like a sort of basis on, let's say, Krav Maga, Penchak Silat, Sistema, Bokator, and all that stuff. So definitely a way forward for them. But more than anything, I think their main style would definitely be like MMA, or like a combination of MMA and shoot fighting. Yeah. So that's another permanent. The other permanent list are who I would call the Queens of Scintillating Strikes, consisting of Rose Thomas from Full Metal Alchemist, Rose Anderson from Soltire, Winry Rockbell from Full Metal Alchemist, Megumi Minami from Detective School Q, Maya Orihara from Ultramaniac, Salty Revant from Salty Ray, and Kaoru Ichinose from Detective School Q. Now I did give them the Korean hybrid martial arts because I thought it would be nice for them because this is also a way for them to kind of have a go at like how um versatile, let alone how fluid and yet deadly and strike heavy the Korean martial arts are, especially where Hapkido and Yongmudo and Taekwondo are concerned. So I kind of based this initial idea because I've been watching Karate Combat since the early 2020s. So I became a huge fan of that particular show. And I thought to myself, it would be nice if they kind of specialized in that too, like with the Korean martial arts or the Korean hybrid martial arts. So that was the initial way forward I was going to have with them. So, but now I'm having second thoughts because I think they'd be more suitable for like shoot fighting or shoot boxing or shuto, especially for now. You might think it's crazy. You're going to let the girls, or I think any sort of kickboxing would work for them too. I think I might end up giving shoot or like shoot fighting styles to most of the guys. And now, before anyone starts thinking, "Oh, you're being sexist," you know, as much as I do also enjoy female shoot fighters, I don't know. Maybe it's just something within me that thinks that I've been more accustomed to watching, guys in shoot fighting tournaments. And that's not me suggesting that I'm being sexist, but I'm still going to encourage, any girl or any young woman who is interested in trying out for shoot fighting. I say go for it. You'll definitely not only enjoy yourself with this, but I'm pretty sure that you'll definitely make something fantastic. But I've always kind of preferred, girls to be, a lot more depth with kickboxing or, anything involving striking, at least how I envisioned it with like my anime martial arts tournament AU headcanon, which I'm actually quite keen on wanting to, fix up a little bit because some of the team ups I've had were a little bit questionable, and some of the, martial arts styles I gave weren't really as like reasonable for them. So I might consider working on that too. So, but as I said, the sirens of the, excuse me, yeah, the queens of scintillating strikes, definitely a major stay. Relentless strikers consisting of Ichise from Technolize, Kiba from Wolf's Rain, Kintaro from Detective School Q, Ron from Technolize, Cheza from Wolf's Rain, Ayuta Teishi from Ultramaniac, and Nina Sakura also from Ultramaniac. So I basically given the guys various Muay Thai styles. Like with Ichise, you have Muay Lopburi, Kiba Muay Chaya, and Kintaro Muay Korat. And with the girls, consisting of Ran, Cheza, Ayu, and Nina, I gave them Capoeira. Ran from Technolize is Capoeira Carioca. Cheza from Wolf's Rain has Capoeira Angola. And Ayuta Teishi, or Ayu from Ultramaniac, Capoeira Contemporanea. And Nina Sakura, or Nina from Ultramaniac, with Capoeira Regional. So that's sort of the direction I'm going with them, and definitely a permanent in terms of like not having the members change. But, I'm still also going to let their martial arts style, stay for good. Jason. What's up, Jace?
Not much, Anthony.
That's cool. I've been kind of, going through the plans I have for the seven member anime team AU headcanon styles alone team ups, because there are actually some that I kind of think should remain, but there are some that I still want to expound on, because I kind of found out that with the team up that involves the let me see this. The war emperors consisting of Yoshiki, Mamoru, Kuranosuke, Tsume, Kuroda, Kisuke, and Shinosuke. I think that they could go like a cross between like professional wrestling and pancration. Yeah.
Mhm.
That's sort of the direction I'm going with them. Especially when it's mixed with, combat sambo, capoeira lua, and valetudo.
Oh, I see. And I decided to make my own original storyline for Sam and Tyler Leonard, realizing that incorporating them into Star Wars would just be physically impossible.
Man, that is exciting.
It's not yet finalized, but I am thinking of Tenchi Muyo, Outlaw
Mhm.
Star, somewhat of a feel for Kingdom Hearts,
Right.
and there was another series I forgot about.
You could give me the basic descriptions.
Sam, he still retains his blonde hair and his green eyes, while Tyler, he's dark brown haired and he has blue eyes. The contrasting difference is Sam wears a headband while
Ah,
Tyler wears glasses.
I'll keep that in mind if ever I want to draw them. I don't know how accurate I'll be with those guys, but I'll do my best.
Yeah, and I've included 4 different backstories to them for the most common fighting games. Well,
Mhm.
2 I've never really played, but 2 I have played. I never got into Street Fighter, but I want to.
Mhm.
I was always a Mortal Kombat guy.
Right.
So, looking at Sam, I think his fighting game prowess makes more sense akin to a downloadable character for an ideal reboot of the Tekken franchise.
Mhm.
For if Katsuhiro Harada says, I want to go that far.
Right.
But I think he's proud of what he has accomplished.
Mhm. Interesting. By the way,
So,
yes. You go first.
so if I was to reboot Tekken, I wouldn't do it that much justice. Otherwise, I'd be called a phony.
Understandable. But here's my take on how I would envision a Tekken reboot. I would actually love to have Paul and Nina be a couple and raise Steve together.
Yeah, so like Steve Fox has a stepfather.
I'd rather make Paul the biological father without a doubt. I mean, look at how they've been interacting in the games. Doesn't it scream dad and son to you?
Yeah, it kind of does. I think Steve should be the son of an American judo fighter and an Irish assassin.
let's just say that Paul and Nina have a lot of belligerent sexual tension, that fireworks came out in the bedroom, and Paul's little soldiers entered Nina's system, and voila. Who do you
Yeah.
get?
Steve Fox.
Amen.
Yeah, and I also came up with what is possibly my least interesting character, so much so that I had to reboot the whole gang
Mhm.
from the second series for my original story. Rika Mizuto. She was
Whoa.
originally supposed to be the daughter of Nina in my
Right.
reboot, but I scrapped that
Okay.
because we have too many over the top, overpowered characters who are
Yeah. And not to mention
distant
characters
relatives.
were just freaking terrorists altogether. I mean, here's my take. You know what I would have loved to have, in terms of a better friendship? I would have loved to have Kazuya and Paul be best friends akin to brothers.
Yeah, I think for my ideal Tekken reboot, Lee Chaolan should have actual parents.
In Lee Chaolan's case, I could actually see him being good friends with Marshall Law. I don't know who's the dad, Marshall or Forrest. I think Forrest is the son. Marshall's the
Marshall
dad.
was the father of Forrest and is playable throughout a majority of the canonical games.
Yeah, I think I could see. I think I could see Lei Wulong and Marshall Law be very good friends. There's the whole Hong Kong and there's a whole Hong Kong and Chinese American bond. So I think they would actually be legitimate as friends. And I could also see, Lei Wulong be Forrest Law's godfather.
Yeah, I could too. And there would be some cop outs I wouldn't nix, like the whole Devil Gene being
Yeah,
associated with Akuma.
that's
Because
yeah.
that plot hole just almost rubbed me the wrong way. I mean, it was
Same.
cool that Akuma made it, but he was so broken.
Hmm. Yeah. Honestly, when I even look back at Paul and Kazuya, there was a lot of potential for them to be vitriolic best buds. I mean, akin to Ryu and Ken. I could see why Namco didn't go that direction because that would have made them rip offish.
Echoes
Yeah.
in the
But
Smash case.
yeah, but in my defense of Kazuya's and Paul's, brotherhood, as I like to call it, I think those two could actually challenge each other to be the best versions of themselves. It's a shame that Paul ends up fighting Kuma, and it's just stupid. It's just so stupid.
Yeah. Kuma is a giant bear.
And it just didn't really, and him and Paul fighting like Kuma, it doesn't even do wonders for his character at all. It's like, what the man?
It makes him the what? Does it make him the butt of jokes?
The butt monkey. It's a fucking shame. It's a fucking shame because you got Paul Phoenix. You got a gentleman who specializes in like a hybrid martial arts of judo and kyokushin karate, as far as I'm concerned, especially based on his strikes.
Yep.
I mean,
I
it's a
especially
similar.
like his current voice actor, Jameson Price.
Yeah.
Although I
It's
will give Eric Kelso some credit.
It's a similar story with Kazuya Mishima, although I think his style of fighting is mostly Shotokan karate based. Although, if you ask me, I think I could see why that would have been a bit, because when you
Worrisome.
think, yeah, I could see why. Because when you think about the fighting styles of Ryu and Ken from Street Fighter, these gentlemen have their fighting styles based on, I would say, a mixture of Shotokan karate, Kyokushin karate, Kenpo, and Judo.
Yeah,
Okay.
Ken's the more aggressive.
hmm Whereas with Kazuya and Paul, it's a little bit more straightforward as far as my research is concerned. Where with Kazuya being more Shotokan based, I think he does have a little bit of Kyokushin in his style, but he's mostly Shotokan based. And Paul, mainly, yes, he does. He specializes in judo, but a lot of the strikes that he has are based from Kyokushin karate.
Hmm. So, if I had to say the idea of my least favorite Mortal Kombatant, it would be a two-legged Motaro, no question.
Mm-hmm.
If you've ever played Mortal Kombat 3, you might know how cool Motaro is, but really difficult he is.
Right.
He
I've
was
never
cool
really
at the
played Mortal
time.
Kombat that
but
much, though.
yeah, it was a good franchise until they made the jump to 3D after 4.
Mm-hmm.
But Deadly Alliance was okay. Deception had some of the worst ideas for fighters. Havoc was still cool.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough.
Armageddon was just an amalgamation.
Hmm.
Although I will say, I hate mocap.
Oh my.
He's just a dude in a motion capture suit.
Mm.
Do you think that's lazy?
I'm a mocap. That sounds kind of lazy if you ask me.
Yeah, it is. I've had
Mm.
the misfortune of playing as that fighter and seeing him in action. I know he's meant to be a parody of all the lamest fighters in the universe, like Shujinko from
Mm-hmm.
Deception, but really midway. Or should I
Mm.
say NetherRealm Studios?
Yeah. Hmm. Interesting. Well, um, even kind of going back to it all, those are also like, the fighting games that I've kind of based my ideas on when it came to obviously my anime martial arts AU headcanon. And as I was explaining before, the reason why I went with 7 was because I could actually work a lot with it. Because number one, when I think of the number 7, I think of a couple of things. First of all, my number for a dream team Power Rangers. Because in the original Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, yes, I know that there are first 5 Rangers and now there's 6. But throughout all 3 seasons, especially if you include the Green Ranger, there are technically 7 Ranger colors. White,
Yeah,
green,
there's red as
yes,
the leader typically,
yeah,
black, blue, yellow, pink, all 3 seasons covered. Then we go
yeah,
into the 2 Sixth Rangers, green, white.
yeah. In my Mighty Morphin Inu Rangers AU headcanon, I basically placed both the green and white rangers together. So, as you might have noticed, the white ranger, the white tiger Zord ranger or white tiger ranger is Sesshomaru. And the green dragon Zord ranger is Shuran. Inuyasha is obviously the red Tyrannosaurus ranger. Hakaku is the black mastodon ranger. Ginta is the blue Triceratops ranger. Ayame is the yellow saber-toothed tiger ranger. And Shunran is the pink pterodactyl ranger.
Wow, that's impressive. And speaking of Power Rangers, I had been thinking of a lot of do a lot of stuff like doing a crossover retelling of the entire series, except with anime, video
Mhm.
game, and miscellaneous characters. But that would be tough to cover
Yeah.
the entire series for over 10 years.
Right.
So I'm going to restrict myself to the first movie that came out in 95. Still one of my favorites, despite the PS1 style CG.
Hmm. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, so aside from that, number two, my second reason is that I have a personal favorite 7-person superhero team that I've been adoring ever since I was a young kid. From DC Comics.
Is it the Justice League?
Yes, absolutely. The 7 GOATs of the Justice League. Superman, Batman, Martian Manhunter, Green Lantern, Flash, Wonder Woman, and Hawkgirl. That's sort of where I based my whole concept of having, 5 guys and 2 girls in one team, and that's also the basis I've had for my Splendid 7 AU headcanon with Sesshomaru, Shuran, Inuyasha, Hakaku, Ginta, Ayame, and Shunran.
Cool.
Oh yeah. And of course, in my Splendid 7 AU headcanon, Sesshomaru and Shuran are brothers from other mothers and they're best buddies. Inuyasha and Ayame, they are the main couple. They have the most sexy time / romantic sexual tension, and there's just a whole lot of intimacy going on with them. And as for Hakaku, Ginta, and Shunran, yeah, Hakaku and Ginta, they're gonna have their romantic intimacy with Shunran. So basically, what you got is my main bro TP in Sesshomaru and Shuran. They're basically like single dads as well. My number one main OTP in Inuyasha and Ayame. And my main OT3 in Hakaku and Ginta having a romantic relationship with Shunran. Now the thing about Shunran is that I used to pair Shunran off with Ginta mainly. And then Hakaku I would have given him to Karan. But at this point in time, I was like, screw it. I just scrapped the idea and just like went on with the OT3 route. Because there are actually some thruples who could make it work, but I think this only happens in fiction. And I think
Yeah.
Hakaku and Ginta hooking up with Shunran would work beautifully.
Yeah.
So that's reason number 2 why I subscribe to that.
And is there a third reason?
Yes, there's a third reason. I also wanted to kind of use it as a counterattack on like the Hannah Montana meets the High School Musical cast promos from 2006. It's sort of a take that, because in those two, technically three commercials, you have you have Jason Earls as Jackson, Mitchell Musso as Oliver, Emily Osment as Lily, and Miley Cyrus as Miley Stewart, meeting Zac Efron, Ashley Tisdale, and Vanessa Hudgens. And they're basically having a dance off, and they, in the first promo and in another promo, they're like, where are the, and like Zach, Vanessa, and Ashley, Zach, and Vanessa are like, where are the cast of the High School Musical? And then Jason, Mitchell, Emily, and Miley are like, and where are the cast of Hannah Montana? And you know how many members there are? You guessed it, 7.
7. And I held up my hands implying 10, but that's going to be redone.
Yeah. So basically, what you have in this commercial are 3 guys in Jason Earls as Jackson, or Jackson Stewart, Miley's older brother, Mitchell Musso as Oliver, or Zac Efron and Mitchell Musso as Oliver Oaken. Okay. And you got 4 girls in the forms of Ashley Tisdale, Vanessa Hudgens, Emily Osment as Lily, and Miley Cyrus as Miley Stewart. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of fun to take a pop at those commercials and take the piss out of them, because I'm not really a huge fan of High School Musical. I still cannot believe I was brainwashed at that age into thinking that was nice. Same thing with Hannah Montana.
I got bored of High School Musical. I never saw it, nor do I desire to see it.
Good for you. I caught High School Musical, and looking back at it in hindsight, and looking back at those 2 sets of those 2 commercials involving, the 3 casts, the Zac Efron, Ashley Tisdale, and Vanessa Hudgens meeting up with Jason Earls, Mitchell Musso, Emily Osment, and Miley Cyrus. It was sort of like, how fun it would be just to have those 7 stand up and salute when they hear the Justice League theme tune. That would have been fun, because it just shows you right there that Justice League is way more superior than what those commercials with those 7 could ever offer. But also, that's another dynamic that I like, having 3 guys and 4 girls in one team. That's what I've used. I mean, the whole 5 guys and 2 girls and 3 guys and 4 girls dynamics that I've used were mainly restricted to my Inu Rangers headcanon. Well, and I intend to use it further for like my fictional version of the Disney era of the Inu Rangers. Like, yes?
Yeah, the Disney era of the Inu Rangers.
I've been wanting to do that for a long time. But I've been kind of like, switching, reswitching. And, now that I think about it, I think Takeshi Sendo, at least in my opinion, is a better fit for Oriko, the Red Alien Ranger, than he is for Alex. And Ryuichi Hayame, also from Street Fighter Tekken, or from Hajime no Ippo, is a much better fit for Alex Drake than he is for Oriko.
Mm-hmm.
So Takeshi Sendo is really going to remain as like one of the main heads for my Inu Rangers version of Forever Red.
So, now thinking about it, if I was to see my boys, Sam and Tyler, as Power Rangers, which colors would best suit them?
Okay. I would say white and green.
Yeah, because they're blood brothers.
Yep. You know, I've been kind of toying. I mean, if you've caught my ways on how I would improve Alpha's Magical Christmas video, you might have caught that one moment where I proposed that David Trueheart could have been a Power Ranger. Like he could have temporarily had the White Ranger powers, and then once Tommy's Green Ranger powers ran out, then David would end up replacing Tommy as the Green Ranger, and then Tommy would become the new White Ranger. It would have been
Yep.
great to have both Oliver brothers on board.
Yeah, but sadly, we got Justin in Turbo. Oh, yeah, everyone's quote unquote favorite Ranger.
Well, I don't particularly dislike Justin. I mean, to his credit, he is resourceful and intelligent. And you know, this whole Kid Ranger thing was done in Super
Die
Sentai.
Ranger.
Yes, Goal. Yeah. Say what you I mean, yes, he was a mischievous little but
12-year-old.
yeah, he was I thought he was 10, but yeah, he was a mischievous little tween, but yeah, you know what? He at least proved himself. Orenja also had a Kid Ranger, although he's technically 1,000 years old, but he has the body of a 13-year-old.
Yep.
And he is
And
the Gold
then,
Ranger. Or in the Orenja version, King Ranger.
and then we have some other Kid Rangers. I don't know how many there are, but I think those are the only two noteworthy examples.
Especially from the 1990s.
Yeah.
And well, going back to Justin, I kind of have to defend him a little bit because the whole Kid Ranger thing, if you've researched a lot on Super Sentai, wasn't anything new. Although I do understand why there is a bit of contention with Justin as a Power Ranger. Justin is one of the main Rangers. Okay. But the difference between Justin and Go and Riki is that Go and Riki are both Sixth Rangers. So they're basically like the Rangers that are necessary whenever the main five are like screwed over.
Yeah, whenever the main five are lacking in resources to defeat the monster of the day.
Oh, yes. Anyway, got a couple of questions from Miss Kitty. What's your favorite movie from the 90s? Ooh, Miss Kitty, that's a tough one. Okay, so I got a couple ones. Actually got 7. My favorite 90s, or actually got a couple of favorite 90s movies. I love Thelma and Louise. I love Home Alone 1 and 2. I let me try to think. Yeah, those are the ones from the 90s that I love. Oh, and I love Girl Interrupted, starring Winona Ryder. I even enjoy A Dangerous Place, starring Ted Jan Roberts and Corey Feldman. Oh boy. I did enjoy Little Rascals growing up because, you know, it was my introduction to the Little Rascals or the Our Gang franchise, but this time with like a different set of actors, from Bug Hall to Travis Tedford. Yeah, and let's also not forget, but when we're talking about animated movies from the 90s, I can never ever 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 go wrong with Street Fighter to the animated movie. That was beautiful, man. That was absolutely beautiful and visceral at the same time.
So, what are my favorite 90s movies? Two of them are the first two Home Alone films. The third one is not that memorable to me.
Mm-hmm.
Another one of my favorite movies. These might not count as a 90s film, but I'm going to count it as a 90s film because it looks like a whole separate film.
Mm-hmm.
The Empire Strikes Back Special Edition.
Ah, right. Now, in terms of the movie that scared me the most, Drag Me to Hell from 2009, I think because around the time I was almost about to call it quits with my old high school in the Philippines, and I wanted to move abroad, and already there was a lot of stress in me about all this drama that was going on. I just didn't really have a great way of coping with it. And my younger sister, of all people, suggested that we watch this damn film.
What scared me the most in terms of film? No question. The Untold Story from 1993. Hong Kong masterpiece, by the way.
Oh yeah. Oh my god, The Untold Story. But I think if we're talking about a film that psychologically scared me, based on a video that I watched from Disturbing Breakdowns, 1996's No Child of Mine. Oh my god, that film, that really shook me to my core because it deals with child abuse, and oh boy, the fact that this was also based on a real life story just makes it even more troubling and sad, and you know.
Yeah.
And it's a British
Unfortunately,
film.
we have stories that are based on. We have movies based on true stories. Untold Story was based on a sensationalized version of a real crime that I
Yeah.
can't go into.
Oh, that's fine. I know what that story is about. It was a murder. It was like, ugh, in graphic detail. Like, oh my gosh, a slaughtering and like cannibalism involved. Oh my god.
Yeah.
The guy
If
who
I
did it
was
was a fucking sicko. Oh my god. The guy who did it
if I
was
was in that movie, I'd throw up.
I'd scream bloody murder. And if I had it my way, if that and yes, I'm not really a martial arts expert in real life. I'm far from being one, but if I dared see that bastard, I would actually, you know, avert him, dodge him, and then I would actually think quickly and then just like hold him right there and then just kick him in the groin where it hurts the most.
Yeah, the sensitive spot.
Yeah. Because that bastard, the fact that he murdered a family over some deal that was going on.
Unpaid gambling debts.
Oh, yeah. The fact that that bastard murdered that family and even killed a couple of kids there. Kim.
Yeah, to hell with She Hang. That's the
Yeah.
name of the character. But Anthony
Yeah.
Wong, he's a good person who delivers a compelling villain performance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. Wong Jiang. Oh yeah, that's right. Wong Jiang. Yeah. Screw him. Honestly, if I had it my way, oh boy, he would have gotten an armbar. This bastard would have gotten an armbar. Oh, it was
Yep.
followed up by a couple of sequels too.
Yeah, but they're unrelated to the first movie.
Yeah, this one is the real deal. Yeah, Anthony Wong, I'm sure he's cool in real life.
He's a nice
never
guy.
met
He's been actively supporting his mother, and he actually has two brothers from Australia.
Cool. Yeah, this damn film, The Untold Story. Oh my god. Oh my god. This fucking film. Oh my
It's good, but it's way too violent.
just the way that Wong Cheong stares and then like obsesses over those freaking pork buns. Oh my god. It's like, oh my
Yeah,
yeah,
I'd hate
typical.
to be that guy.
What's it gonna take to freaking snap his neck?
Yeah, every time the
Shit.
characters fight back, he gets more aggressive.
Oh, fudge, man. Yeah. Like, ooh. Yeah.
But fortunately, North America, did not have the chance to see this movie until years later.
Yeah. Yeah, that dang film. This was nuts. Absolutely not. Yeah. I caught, Spooky review or Spooky Rice's disturbing breakdown review of that film, and my god. I'm kind of interested in watching it myself. Although honestly, watching that film would almost feel like opening Pandora's box.
Yeah, you do not want to touch Pandora's box.
Never.
So the lesson here is keep Pandora's box closed.
Yeah, definitely. There was also one particularly terrible anime series that a friend of mine named Gourmet Ninja recommended me to review and rip apart. It's called Blue Flames, and based on what I've like watched and what I've heard about Blue Flames, he basically said that this is Blue Flames is basically every problem with anime, but much worse because you got this main character who's like this social climber, and he thinks that he could use sex to have his way with various girls, and he thinks he could just use it just to inflate his massive ego. And I'm like, yeah,
No.
yeah, Kaizu, that bastard. Basically, from what I've seen in that anime and that OVA, I'm like, you man, yeah, not you, but Kaizu, the main character, or the main character of that piece of shit.
Yeah. And I've got family who wants to see me, so I best get going.
No worries. I hope you have a good time, and I wish you well, man. Till
Take
next
care.
time. Take care. So, yeah, I did catch Spooky Rice's review of that film, and my gosh, I'm a bit interested and intrigued to watch it myself, but I ain't so sure anymore. I ain't so sure. Not like I think it's bad, but it's a bit, it's just, it's one of those films that would make me feel rather agitated and anxious every time I think about The Untold Story from 1993. So basically, going back to that, I'm going back to all that. The other set of teams that I'm gonna make remain like permanent. Um, I'm trying to also double check because at this point in time, there are some that I actually like to see remain. Um, I think there are gonna be some who are gonna be switched up a bit. Um, not because I don't think that they're not because I don't like them, but I think it would be a little bit more reasonable to have them in like teams that are a little bit more logical, at least in my opinion. So you know, I'm thinking that the likes of Eclair and Rosette, and even Eclair, Rosette, Lumiere, and no. Yeah, Eclair, Rosette, and who was that? Eclair, Rosette, Tiki. I think I'm gonna switch them up. You know, I think I'm intending to switch some of them up. I would say that, you know, I would say that, yeah, we'll see. We'll see where it goes, because I'm starting to think that the likes of Lanfan and Mei Chang and Lyra, I would honestly give them. I would honestly give them to the fine, or better yet, yeah. I mean, I don't really have all the great ideas yet, but it's sort of like trying to switch them up a bit, because I'm not particularly satisfied with the team up with like Claire, Rosette, Sakura, Tomoyo, Mei Ling, Lumiere, and Klaus. Not particularly satisfied. I think I could do a little bit better than that. I think I could actually, you know, give them to other more deserving members. I could actually, I could actually make them switch places. I could actually make them switch places with, yeah. Let me see right here. Yeah, I could make them switch places. I could stand to make them switch places as far as I'm concerned, because I would say that they kind of, I would say that it's a little bit more reasonable, at least in my opinion, and it just adds a little bit more of just adds a little bit more of a balance. I think that Lanfan and Mei Chang, I think they, or better yet, so let's see, Mei Ling, Sakura, and Tomoyo, they'll stay. But I'm gonna have to make them, same thing with, and I think with Lumiere and Klaus, I think I could manage to switch them up with, yeah, because Edward the boy and Alphonse, they're cool, but I think they could do one better. They could definitely do one better. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, I think that Lanfan and Mei Chang could switch places. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they could switch places. I haven't really found out what I should do, like more specifically, but I'm getting there. So no worries. So basically, it's just trying to make sure that I, switch up the teams a lot more. And I honestly think that, come to think of it, really, really, I'm still gonna let, Lumiere and, excuse me, Lumiere and Klaus from Lumiere from Kitty Grade and Klaus from Full Metal Alchemist stay. So I'm kind of playing around with the idea of having them team up with Tiki Musika Nova from Gene Shaft, Lanfan from Fullmetal Alchemist, Mei Chang from Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. Hang on. Leara from Wolf's Rain. Oh boy. I'm stuck now. I'm kind of stuck now. Yeah, I would actually go. I would kind of also go with Sakura. Either Sakura or Mei Ling. Yeah, Mei Ling. I would say that Mei Ling kind of deserves to be a team captain. I think this would be a nice, or better yet. Oh boy. Here I go again. Another brain fart. Okay. Another brain fart at this point. Because I'm really kind of having a lot of these ideas just go on. Yeah. Yeah, Mei Ling Li from Cardcaptor Sakura could actually be a good team captain to the following: Tiki, Lanfan, Mei Chang, Leara, Lumiere, and Klaus. I think that's definitely the direction that I'm gonna go forward, because the way I see them is that they're basically vivacious young ladies, and I honestly think that, you know, yes, it would have worked with, Mei Ling, Sakura, and Tomoyo together, but I personally think that it would be pretty cool to work with, Mei Ling being her own team captain, and Sakura and Tomoyo, I think they have something special with each other, so I think they're gonna like stay together. That's not to diss on the growing friendship between Mei Ling and Sakura from Cardcaptor Sakura, but I think Mei Ling can do one better. I think Mei Ling can do one better and be like a sort of team captain of her own team. So I'm definitely gonna like make changes to it and some of the martial arts styles, and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have a ball with it. That is for damn sure. Yeah, so a lot of ideas have been going on in my head, basically with this whole AU headcanon involving anime characters doing martial arts. And they've been exciting, absolutely exciting. Yes, I still have to deal with my MA thesis. And yes, and of course, let's not forget the due date, or my due date is August 27. But, I'm treating this like a full-time thing. What's up, Tony? You want to join? It's always available. No worries, man. Like I said, here's the link. So you're welcome to join. You're welcome to join me. You're welcome to have a chat with me. So I just want to check out how you are. Yep, the link's here. You're welcome to join. So how have you been, Tony? Yeah, as for me, I've been having a lot of ideas flowing around my head. I mean, even when you look outside, excuse me, even when you look outside my whole deal with the anime characters engaging in various martial arts, there are other things I still also want to do on DeviantArt, like my whole AU headcanon of George of the Jungle, Basuli, Tarzan, and Mowgli being a quartet of jungle brothers, and of course having their epic friendships and brotherhoods with their BFF slash rivals slash big brothers from other mothers slash, caretakers when they were young in the forms of Prince Zula, Conan, Khazar, and Archon, respectively, from Conan the Adventurer and the X-Men animated series from the 1990s. So that's also the direction I want to keep going with in terms of my AU headcanons. Now, in terms of drawing them, like in terms of drawing the 7-member teams, that's also going to be a bit, crazy. But it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a whole lot of fun, at least where I'm concerned. So that's something I've been looking forward to and I've been thinking about a lot more. And I've been also wanting to do a lot more fan art on Rob Ray combined with Hot Streak and Argent or Hot Gent and Kid Flash with Jinx or Kid Fling. So basically Robin and Raven, Hot Streak and Argent, and finally Kid Flash and Jinx, aka the 3 dashing, hot-headed, and impassioned Cavaliers with their gorgeously, darkly dressed goth ladies from Teen Titans. So yeah, they have been my main 3 OTPs from Teen Titans: Rob Ray, Hot Gent, and Kid Flinks. The other OTPs that I have been loving are Cyborg with Sarasim and Aqualad with Bumblebee. I know not a lot of people think about shipping Aqualad and Bumblebee romantically, but I'm one of those people. I think it's a rare pair that deserves a lot more love and that I think could work wonderfully. I could see Aqualad's and Bumblebee's relationship, let alone marriage dynamics and family dynamics, be very, very akin to Heathcliff Huxtable's and Claire Huxtable's relationship on the Cosby Show, because I kind of see Aqualad being this laid back yet very down to earth type of patriarch, and Bumblebee being this take charge and strong-minded matriarch of their family. So that's going to work wonders. Whereas with Cyborg and Sarasim, I see them as sort of the equivalent of Uncle Phil and Aunt Viv from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, in which Cyborg is the authoritative father figure, and Sarasim is the reasonable yet formidable matriarch. So definitely a plus right there. It really does kind of make me, interested in thinking about those dynamics a lot more. Another thing would be, and then of course, I dare not forget about, Speedy and Starfire and Beast Boy and Terra. I definitely love those as my Teen Titans one true pairings for life. I think that with Speedy and Starfire, I could definitely see Speedy using his roguish charm to win over Starfire, and Beast Boy and Terra, just absolutely lovely. Their chemistry together on, during season 2 was just absolutely sweet and lovely. Even with Terra being influenced by Slade and betraying the Titans, the fact that Beast Boy never gave up on her just shows you right there how true and unconditional his love for Terra really is. And I have been a major BB Terra shipper ever since I was about 11 or 12 years old. However, when it comes to BB Ray or Beast Boy and Raven as a couple, I hate it. I fucking hate Beast Boy and Raven together. BB Ray makes me flipping sick, okay? I am not afraid to bash on BB Ray. I am never, ever going to be afraid to bash on Beast Boy and Raven as a couple. And it's simple. There are several occasions in which Raven takes the Mickey out on Beast Boy and has a lot of cynical yet sarcastic and ironic remarks about him. And she really takes pot shots on him almost all the time. And Beast Boy, he just seems to be like that annoying and just type of person to her. And there were even times where Beast Boy was flat out disrespectful to her, like with Spellbound. I don't think Beast Boy was particularly sorry for calling Raven creepy or hurting her feelings. I don't think he was even sorry for that at all. Another thing, I don't really see a healthy relationship with BB Ray at all. I just see more of a sibling dynamic at best between Raven being this aloof yet knowledgeable older sister to Beast Boy's flighty and mischievous kid brother. That's the dynamic I've been having with Raven and Beast Boy. And I think Raven is the sort of, as I, had this conversation with a good friend of mine, Omid, on Twitter. Well, he basically compares Raven to Denise Huxtable and Beast Boy to Theo Huxtable from The Cosby Show. So that's basically the vibe I've been getting from Raven and Beast Boy. They're more like siblings rather than like potential lovers, with Raven being the older sister to Beast Boy's younger brother, despite being technically like the same age, but I think Beast Boy is several months younger than Raven, or I think he's probably a few years younger, or a few, not years, but a few months younger than Raven. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned. So definitely no prospects for Raven and Beast Boy to be a couple at all. Robin and Starfire, on the other hand, well, it's sweet and on some occasions, but that's just it. There are times it does feel like fluff, and there are times that it's kind of lovely. But me personally, if I want a deeper relationship, I would rather prefer it if, Robin ended up with Raven. There's a lot more depth and a lot more intimacy between those two than with Robin and Starfire. It's not like I'm shading on Robstar, but I don't know. It just didn't really seem to click with me. Rob Ray is more of my jam. It's always cool to see Robin and Raven having intimate moments and just really clicking well. And I kind of also have this nice idea of a crossover date. Like, because I'm a huge Rob Ray fan, and because I'm also a huge Teen Titans fan, I'm also a huge fan of Avatar: The Last Airbender. So I know it's not anything new for people in both fandoms to make Teen Titans and Avatar: The Last Airbender cross over, because they're both animated, or excuse me, American anime, as I like to call them. But it can kind of work. I could see Robin and Raven have a double date with Zuko and Katara, because, hey yo, I'm a Zutarian and I'm not afraid to express my love for Zutara. I've been loving that pairing ever since I was a 13 or 14-year-old, and I still love them to this day together as a 32-year-old. It's a major shame that they didn't end up as a legitimate couple during season 3, because the ship that Katara and Aang were sailing during season 3 was falling down, and then miraculously they got back together at the ending. What was that? Zuko and Katara got way closer in season 3, even after everything that happened. And they just worked a lot better. The thing I've recognized about Katara and Aang is that they kind of seem more like siblings. At least in my opinion, that was just the vibe I've gotten from them together. And that was it. So that's pretty much how I feel about both BB Ray and Katang. Both of them are the classic cases of Beast Boy and Aang being like the younger brother figures to Raven's and Katara's older sister figures. I was never into the whole Katang thing, and I don't like to use this term a lot, but I have been called out by a good number of Katangers, and it's not a nice experience. So let's just say that I am not going to be knocked down from my precious Zutara. I'm going to defend Zutara until the day I freaking die. And it's going to remain that way, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to remain that way for sure. And why not? Zutara definitely has a lot of appeal. And I think it's also great for Katara because this also enables her to be more active. And actually, if I had it my way, I would have really loved for Katara to be the next Fire Lady and rule alongside Zuko. That would have been great. But yeah, one can dream, and at least there's always fan fiction. So that's just how it is with my whole experience with Zutara and Robre. And honestly, I think they would both have really great chemistry together as two couples going on double dates. And speaking of double dates and my fan related works, another double date that I've been constantly playing around is involving Inuyasha and Ayame having a double date with Raymond and Alex, respectively from Inuyasha and Totally Spies. So basically, I could see them have a lot in common. I mean, Inuyasha and Raymond, I see them as muscular hero dudes who enjoy sparring in pro wrestling and even having bodybuilding pose downs, and yes, even having a go at each other with all their muscular glory, and Ayame and Alex training with each other in kickboxing and Muay Thai. Definitely a lot of fun, especially when it comes to the physical aspects. The friendship aspect is what I believe would be the strongest one for both Inuyasha and Ayame, having this great friendship with Raymond and Alex, because I could definitely see that they don't just have a lot in common, but also learn from each other. I could also see Inuyasha and Ayame be great mentors to both Raymond and Alex, in the sense that they could also help them polish their combat skills. I mean, I could see Inuyasha train Raymond really well in wrestling or ancient Greek wrestling and Peruani and even Capocoelho and Pancration. So definitely a great coach that Raymond would acquire from Inuyasha. Definitely wholesome bond that they would have. Same goes for Ayame and Alex. So it's totally made of win-win as far as I'm concerned. And it's also another idea that I've been wanting to conceptualize for quite some time a lot more. I have drawn fan art of those two together, or those two couples together, and even both, Raymond and Inuyasha together as well as very great friends. And I still want to keep exploring that. I really do, because it's definitely one of those, fan crossover related projects that I think can work and that I can definitely have a ball with. And as for the rest of the ideas I've had at hand, well, I might continue having a go with, my four favorite Jungle Brothers: George of the Jungle, Basuli, Tarzan, and Mowgli. Definitely. I'm also going to keep, their love lives on the forefront. After all, I have 2 OTPs for George and Mowgli, respectively, and an OT3 in store for Basuli and Tarzan. So basically, who I'm having George of the Jungle be shipped with is Namontak from Pocahontas, and Basuli and Tarzan, well, they end up being Hercules' 2 husbands, as in Hercules from the Disney animated movie. Yeah, I could definitely see Hercules be an extremely loving husband to both Basuli and Tarzan, and Basuli and Tarzan be very loyal and unconditionally loving toward Hercules, their favorite hunky Greek demigod. And as for Mowgli from that Russian film adaptation of Jungle Book, I could definitely see him have a wonderfully intimate time with Kocoum from Pocahontas. So there you go. The love lives, let alone the intimate relationships that I intend to give these 4 muscular Jungle Brothers to. So crazy ideas, but I guarantee you they're a whole lot of fun. Just a whole lot of fun and a whole lot of things just flowing around in my head. But to also further expand on your previous question, Miss Kitty, I also do have favorite television shows from the 90s, as in, well, The Cosby Show. Well, The Cosby Show's from the 80s, but it went on until 1992, so that kind of counts. But Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, that remains top of mind in my opinion. And I still love the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air to this day. I also love X-Men, the animated series, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, without a doubt, as in all 3 seasons of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. I even love Power Rangers in Space and Power Rangers Lost Galaxy. What else? In the House, yes. In the House, another wonderfully underrated show that was also produced by the man himself, Quincy Jones. And what else? Yeah, that's pretty much. Oh, and yes, I did like the Powerpuff Girls, because I sort of had this AU headcanon idea in which I know that's a very popular AU headcanon idea in which the Rowdy Rift Boys and the Powerpuff Girls form a 6-person superhero team. And what I had in mind was this: during the years that I specialized in Team Extreme, I had Brick be the leader as well as the overall eldest member of the team. Then following suit as the brawn, or the muscular brawn, was Butch. Then the athlete, Boomer. The genius, the brainy chick, Blossom. The fighter, the brawler, Buttercup. and the Peacekeeper Bubbles. There you go. A perfect combination of 3 guys and 3 girls. The same story goes for Teen Titans. I would really have loved it for Terra to remain as a Teen Titan. Therefore, the balance would have been 3 guys and 3 girls. 3 guys being Cyborg, Robin, and Beast Boy, and 3 girls being Starfire, Raven, and Terra. Equal balance. And yes, granted, given Starfire's shitty sibling relationship with Blackfire, if I were Cyborg in this situation, I'd actually strip Blackfire from her duties as Starfire's older sister and take full custody of Starfire as my younger sister. I know that Jump City's legal system and Tamaran's legal system work very differently, but I think Gal4 might end up finding some loopholes to the point where I believe that he could let Cyborg be Starfire's adopted big brother and really strip Blackfire away from her title as Starfire's big sister. Besides, you're also looking at a hardcore Cyborg, Sarasim, and Speedy Starfire shipper, so I don't really see Cyborg and Starfire working well romantically. I see Cyborg as the big brother that Starfire really should have had. Okay, Tony. Speaking of Totally Spies, since you brought it up earlier, what did you think of that show and or the 3 girls on there yourself? I enjoyed Totally Spies for quite some time. Especially when I grew up in the Philippines. I caught it on Disney Channel Asia during the times when I was a tween. I even caught it once on Cartoon Network. Back in 2003, it was on Cartoon Network. I couldn't even believe I think it used to air on the WB in America, and then it got to Cartoon Network in 2003, 2002, I don't know. And basically, I still enjoy it. I basically enjoyed the first 3 seasons. The last episode I've ever enjoyed from the 3rd season was The Incredible Bulk, because of course it contained my number 1 OTP of all time, Raymond and Alex, or Raylex. And ever since then, I have never been, separating myself from that particular pairing, because I definitely love Raymond and Alex together. And not to mention, Raymond from The Incredible Bulk was one of my big man crushes of all time. So Alex, I definitely enjoyed. Clover was fun. Sam was, of course, given the fact that she was the brainy chick, I always emulated to want to be her. And yes, there was also a 4th Ranger in Brittany. I think it would have been cool if she had remained in the team. I think she would have been just as much of an asset to the girls. And yeah, it would have been fun to have Brittany on the team. And here's also my take. I think Raymond and Alex should have been together. Out of all the boys, all the guys that Alex found herself with, I think Raymond is the perfect guy for her. Without a doubt. Without any shadow of a doubt. I know that Sam being paired up with Tim Scam seems like a popular pairing, but doesn't seem right to me. I think it doesn't help matters that Sam was still a teenager, as in an older teenager, and Tim Scam is like in his 20s, so it could work in certain other cultures, but not the Western one. It could work if we're set in the Middle Ages. It could work, but not in today's modern society, ladies and gentlemen. Not in today's modern society. Not at all. So the whole Tim Scam Sam pairing seems a little bit squicky for me. A bit, oh dear. I don't know what territory I'm about to get into anymore. I think I have a bit of a hard time between choosing, Chet for Sam. I don't know. I haven't really kept up with a lot of the Todd from season 2. I don't think would have been an ideal life partner for any of the girls. But yeah, Sam, Clover, and Alex were a lot of fun. I've always loved Sam, considering that she was the brainy girl. And if you knew me back then when I was a tween, I always, always aspired to be like the brainy dudes and the brainy girls. Yep, that was how ambitious I was back then when I was a kid. And I still consider myself ambitious as a grown up because there's always something to aspire in terms of them taking school seriously, always something about them being articulate and eloquent, and a lot of attributes that I aspire to be. And they have somehow shaped me to be the man I am today. And it's not just my parents, it's not just my grandparents, not just the uncles and aunties that I've had, and not even just the siblings that I also have and have a nice relationship with these days, but also a lot of the animated characters and live action characters that I've always wanted to grow up to be. There you go. So yeah, therefore, Totally Spies was a fun show. It's just that I kind of ended up having a little bit of a rocky relationship with it after season 3. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm so biased with Raymond. And Raymond, he was really the best fit for Alex, in my opinion. Still kind of felt bitter about how Incredible Bulk ended. I mean, Alex saved his ass, and he still had the nerve to passive aggressively dump her. What a shame. Well, guess what? In my AU headcanon, Raymond and Alex are together. Alex doesn't really need those stupid bulky bars that Ulrich Wernerstein created. And guess what? In my anime martial arts AU headcanon, you know who Ulrich Wernerstein and his bodybuilder goons fight against? That's right, the Splendid Seven, consisting of Sesshomaru, Shuran, Inuyasha, Hakaku, Ginta, Ayame, and Shunran. Yep, those 7 yokai martial artists beat their asses, and wouldn't you know it, Raymond and Alex consider Inuyasha and Ayame to be the fighters that they want to emulate, and they even train under them, and they even look up to Inuyasha and Ayame like older siblings. Yep, life is certainly sweet. I could even see, Inuyasha and Raymond have a bond that is quite similar to Ryu and Ken from Street Fighter, in which Inuyasha is this more focused combatant, whereas with Raymond is a lot more charismatic in a very charming type of way. So I would like to keep exploring Inuyasha's and Raymond's epic bro TP. And it's something that I consider to be a lot more fun. And yeah, speaking as a guy who had a massive crush on Raymond back then, I think this also had something to do with how I almost wanted to come out as a young lad who wasn't even ready yet and was still thinking, okay, I could have a future with girls, But I was also starting to veer towards wanting to go goth, or the artistic goth route, when I was a kid. So there was one piece of work when I was browsing through DeviantArt that I loved so freaking much. And it was called Gothie and Punk Yusuke. I'm sure I have it somewhere around here. So, right here. It's just, here we go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. So this is their design. When I was a 13 or 14-year-old, I've always wanted to, yeah, even when I was 13, I've always thought about wanting to be a goth or go the goth route, the artistic goth route. But because I was in a Christian school growing up, especially in the 7th grade, there were like some, iffy feelings towards goth people, because they were like, oh, you can't be goth because they're like friends of the devil, and they even listen to a lot of, dark rock, whereas you like opera. Yeah. Definitely interesting times back then. I was very keen on wanting to go the goth route as a teenager, but apparently, it wasn't really meant to be, because, well, coming from a rather admittedly conservative Catholic family, I could see where, especially my dad was coming from. He kind of thought that I would have been a bit transgressive, but at this point in time as a grown up, I was like, no, there was still part of me that wanted to go that route. I kind of look at those, styles of clothing, because around the time when I was a teenager, I was also starting to become very vocal against my least favorite types of characters, which is like the muscle jock and the dumb jock dudes, or like the dumb muscle, those guys who think with their muscles. But I think it's just because I kind of had, back then when I was a very volatile teenager, I kind of had a lot more of a sentimental feeling towards muscular men growing up. Yeah. So that was definitely probably the style I wanted to adopt when I was in my teen years. I kind of look back at this style with fondness and think, yeah, it has its beauty, it has its charm. I wanted to kind of go the goth and punk route, but with my own artistic, literary freak flair. So there you go. Kind of crazy times when I look back when I was a teenager, because around the time I just wanted to kind of, express myself in that way growing up. And it was sort of wanting to own up to that particular, brand of dressing and brand of expressing myself. It was almost around the time that I was almost about to come out of the closet. Yeah. I mean, if the writers really were keen on having Beast Boy be truly apologetic to Raven, they could have gone the extra mile. Look, I totally understand, Tony. I do a lot of talking here on this channel, so just want to keep the conversation rolling. Yeah, I mean, that's why I would never ever find myself supporting BB Ray, because let's face it, you think that Beast Boy would learn his lesson? I don't think so. Given his track record as the, impish brother or impish younger brother figure, I don't think he would have stood a chance with Raven at all. And Raven, she is much too mature and much too aloof for Beast Boy. Despite the fact that they are somewhat the same age, I mean, I would peg Cyborg to be about 17 or 18, Robin to be about 16, and Starfire, Raven, and Beast Boy to be 14 years old. And I know that with Starfire's case, it is a very tough 14, but oh well. And Terra to be 13, because I kind of see Terra's lack of control of her powers as a sort of visual metaphor. Because when you start entering that tender age of 13, there are a lot of things that you gotta address, like how your body changes and how you're growing both mentally and physically. So I kind of see Terra's powers, let alone lack of control of her powers, as a metaphor, a visual metaphor of her trying to own herself and take responsibility like an actual human being, and sort of being but still being impressionable. So she's teetering dangerously between, volatility as a young teenager, or as someone who is in the blossoming years of her teen years, and someone who has to make mature decisions so quickly as someone who is on the verge, or let alone the cusp, of becoming an adult. So that's also my take on Terra, at least being the youngest in my opinion. Speaking of, 6-person team ups, I've always had this thought about Katie from Codename Kids Next Door. I had this sort of, thought that what if she were to be the sixth ranger, akin to Terra from Teen Titans? Because although Katie was like a sort of character, let alone figure, from Nigel's imagination from Operation Utopia, I could actually see a lot more going for her as a sixth ranger. And, being the real number 6, I could actually see her going that path, because, Katie would actually be a great fit for the team, her being, that middle girl and the extra girl that, Kooky and Abby would need. I could see her being being there in between, in stark comparison to Abby's aloofness and Kooky's more jovial nature and overly girlish nature. I could see Katie as a very athletic and still very feminine young lady, and a valuable asset to the team. And I could even see her be Hoagie's love interest. In terms of K&D shippings, I've always been partial to Nigel and Abby as a couple. No doubt about that at all. Because I've always found their relationship to be a lot more, profound. I don't think that Hoagie and Abby would have lasted when they reach their more mature years. But I could definitely see Nigel and Abby having a mature relationship when they grow up, and even foster a new generation of kids next door, or foster a new generation for Sector V kids. So there you go. A lot of interesting directions to go with them as a couple. And of course, Wally and Kooky, definitely charming and definitely sweet. Hoagie and Katie, I think, deserves a lot more love, way more love. And as I stated before in a previous stream, I've been very partial to the color clash rough puff ships, i.e. Blossomer, or Boomer and Blossom, being my number 1 favorite of all time, Brickercup, or Brick and Buttercup, ranking at number 2, and Butchables, or Butch and Bubbles, ranking at number 3, attaining the silver medal. So when it comes to the gold medal standard for Blossomer, I could see a lot of, beauty and love and just a whole lot of unconditional love, like blossoming, excuse the pun, between Boomer and Blossom. I just think that they'll see the best in each other and they'll definitely support each other through any and every single endeavor. And I think Boomer would be the type of guy who could see beyond Blossom and would not be afraid to just acknowledge Blossom for who she is and someone who's brave and someone who is capable of standing up for herself and someone who is also very smart. And Boomer, well, where Blossom is concerned, I think what she would see in Boomer is someone who genuinely cares for her, genuinely, is a good person and wants the best from her. And they would have a lot of moments where they could at least acknowledge each other as equals and care for each other unconditionally until the end of time. Bricker Cup has always been a color clash couple that I've been shipping for a very long time. I think that both Brick and Buttercup have a lot more in common than they think. I could see that Brick's brand of, macho charisma could, invite Buttercup. And I think Buttercup would be taken aback by Brick's whole, determined attitude. And she'd respect him. I think Buttercup would respect him, no doubt. And I think that also serves as a mirror of what she sees in how, Blossom treats Buttercup and how Brick treats Butch. I think that what she could see in Brick is someone who at least understands her, someone who at least gets her, because they got a lot more in common than they think. And I think the chances of them being a kick-ass power couple is off the charts, without a doubt. And I could also see them be very physical, as in romantically physical, and have a synergy that's based on trust, allegiance, and just opening every single day with a brave new face. That's Bricker Cup in a nutshell. Butchables. Oh my gosh. Talk about something that is so charming and sweet. I mean, I think Bubbles will definitely see the best in Butch. And Butch being the super strong guy that he is, I think he'll definitely be reliable when helping out Bubbles when she's in a jam. And I think Bubbles will definitely be grateful for his help and him being her hero because he's so strong. And Bubbles, I think she would be the type of person who would soften Butch a bit and make him see that there's a whole lot to life than just being one of the strongest guys in the whole damn world. And and then Butch, she will definitely help Bubbles express her hardcore tough side a lot more. So they'll work together. So I've been more of a color clash shipper for 2 years since I was on DeviantArt. But ever since then, ever since I retired from doing, Blossumer, Bricker Cup, and Butchables fan art, I was like, okay, that's it. It kind of got draining after a while. And after that, I went on to proceed to do other things that I gave a crap about, like doing more Inuaya, doing more Splendid 7 content, doing more stuff revolving around anime, doing more stuff revolving around like certain Teen Titans OTPs. These days, I've actually learned to appreciate doing a lot more fan art of Rob Ray, Hot Gent, and Kid Flash. I'll show you what I mean because this is where I managed to express that passion and do so in a way that made me feel completely overjoyed So this was a piece of work that I've done. I'll show you in a minute. Right here. So this is what I was talking about. I mean, you could already tell that it was around the time that I started to experiment with my favorite Teen Titans OTPs, and there was the whole DeviantArt potion tutelage thing or tutelage program on DeviantArt. So I was like, okay, let's give it a go. I did it and I did not regret it. So what we have here, okay, I don't know if, I think it's a little bit too close. So what we have here, I'll just, excuse me. So what we have here are Raven holding out a love potion for Robin. And of course you could see Robin right there. Then Argent with Hot Streak. And she's holding out her little love potion as well. And Jinx holding out her love potion for Kid Flash. Now, the main reason why I put Raven, Argent, and Jinx, or how I would like to call them, the Goth Titan sisters in these attires, is that I think this really accentuates their sisterhood. And this really accentuates like how close they are and how they're connected with anything that's gothic, anything that's dark. But at the same time, they have this soft and mushy side for their three bows, i.e. Robin, Hot Streak, and Kid Flash. So basically what you're looking at are three goth girls having the hots for three adventurous and hot-blooded young gentlemen. And that's where my whole love for Rob Ray, Hot Gent, and Kid Flinks came to be. And I have never regretted it ever since. And it was just fun. Absolutely fun. Just drawing that stuff for, you know, that potion tutelage program on DeviantArt. It was just a lot of fun. And it was the best experience I've ever had. Yeah. Constantly thinking about it right now. And that's what I said. I've always believed that these three Titan couples or three Teen Titan couples are the ones that I'm going to subscribe to until my dying days. So nobody gonna separate me from Rob Ray, Hot Gent, and Kid Flinks. So I'm that for life. And speaking of other things that I've had, and I'll show you another piece of work on DeviantArt that revolves around, you know, Inuyasha's and Raymond's crossover friendship. So I got some that I particularly enjoy. This is the one I actually enjoyed the most. Yeah, I based this on, before I forget, let me share the screen. Here we go. I based this on a pose that the late David Frank did with Jason Font. So basically you got Inuyasha and Raymond hugging each other like very close brothers. So it's like Inuyasha being like this, okay, the appreciative big brother to Raymond's younger brother. I mean, technically, according to their human years, they are a bit like the same age. They are the same age as far as I'm concerned. So it's basically them being like the closest of bros and just unconditionally loving each other like the closest brothers that they really are. And Ayam and Alex being totally supportive of their brotherly love. So this was a piece of work that I really, really liked and enjoyed so darn much. And the other meme that I did revolving around Raylet, or excuse me, Inuyasha and Raymond, I mentioned that I did compare them to, like, you know, the real life brotherhood that was occurring between, you know, Jason David Frank and Jason Font. So here we go. So this is who I would end up comparing Inuyasha's and Raymond's brotherhood to. Here we go. Yeah, Inu and Ray a la Frank and Font. So basically, Inuyasha is essentially the Jason David Frank to Raymond's Jason Font. And I'm sure that a lot of you Ranger fans know this, but Jason David Frank and Jason Font had a very close friendship and a very close brotherhood starting from their Forever Red year. And it eventually grew into something a lot more with everything that they've managed to be in. I mean, look at them in the Super Mega Force team up episode, as well as the Ninja Steel team up episode. You could definitely tell just how close Jason David Frank and Jason Font were working together on those anniversary team ups. They even ended up working together on Legend of the White Dragon. You know, I'm still sad that Jason David Frank passed away back in 2022, more specifically November 2022, because it was not expected. It was just too shocking for words. And I feel sad thinking about it every day because he didn't really, you know, he didn't really deserve to have this happen to him. And I will say this, though. I know that I do love Tommy in like his Green Ranger and White Ranger tenures, but I also think that he is a superb Red Ranger. I mean, he's definitely earned his stripes on Zeo. But if you're talking about Red Ranger heroes, I would say that Wes also earned his stripes as a Red Ranger hero. So that's something I've learned to appreciate a lot more as I grew up. I mean, Tommy has definitely grown as a leader and a hero. The same thing that goes with Wes, mainly as a hero. And that's something I've always appreciated about, you know, this particular friendship. So basically what I wrote is, well, just the idea of having Raymond and Inuyasha be best friends. So I kind of base this idea because if you've kind of caught up with my Inu Rangers headcanon, you'll probably know that although Inuyasha is the Red Ranger leader like Jason Lee Scott was from seasons 1 to 2, he also has as much Ranger or social capital like Tommy has. He has much of an impact on as being the face of the Inu Rangers as Tommy has. So Inuyasha is absolutely similar to Tommy Oliver in the sense that they both, you know, are the faces of the Power Rangers franchise, and they have a long-lasting legacy. And I think that's something that Inuyasha is. Sorry if I keep scrolling up and down. This is something that Inuyasha is going to possess from Tommy. I also mentioned that there's the whole hashtag of Frank and Font. So why not also have Inu and Ray? That was pretty fun. And yes, there's also the font laugh. Oh my my god, the behind the scenes stuff. And then of course with Raymond he has the Ray chuckle. Oh my god. Absolutely fun. And that's another crossover friendship that I'm very keen on exploring because there's a lot to be done with Inuyasha and Raymond together. I actually have a good number of crossover friendships for Inuyasha. I mean, yeah, Inuyasha and Ayame. So for Inuyasha, I have him be best friends with Tommy Oliver, Jason Lee Scott, um, Wes Collins, TJ Johnson, Eric Myers, Leo Corbett, and Andros. But out of all those guys, I would argue that, especially when it comes to the Red Rangers, I think that Inuyasha is going to be like best friends for life, with Tommy being like his number one best friend and Jason Lee Scott following suit. Now, outside those Rangers, he's probably going to have a very close friendship with Raymond, mostly because they're into the same physical activities as each other. I mean, Raymond being the bodybuilder and Inuyasha, at least in my AU headcanon, being a wrestler slash bodybuilder. And I'm pretty sure that Inuyasha is going to teach Raymond a few techniques to overcome any opponent stronger than him. And I think Raymond is also going to like look up to Inuyasha as if though he were an older brother figure to him, and really aspire to be just as strong and powerful as he is as a fighter. And as for Ayame, I could see her being very great friends with Trini, Aisha, Tanya, Ashley, Maya, Katie, and Taylor. But out of all these Yellow Ranger ladies, I could definitely see Ayame be best friends with Trini, Aisha, and Tanya, without a doubt. I could definitely see even both, Tommy, Jason, Trini, Aisha, and Tanya be extremely supportive of Inuyasha's and Ayame's love life. But when it comes to when it comes to Ranger romances involving the Red Ranger and the Yellow Ranger, I've always argued that Inuyasha and Ayame would emulate Eric Myers and Taylor Earhart, Leo Corbett and Maya, and Andros and Ashley. Well, with Eric and Taylor, with the whole crossover romance from Power Rangers Time Force and Power Rangers Wild Force. Yes, I know Eric is a Sixth Ranger in that particular series, but given the color of his suit and given that he did take up, leadership, especially in his tenure with the Silver Guardians, he's still a Red Ranger in my eyes. That is for sure. Except he doesn't really play by the whole Red Ranger rulebook. And yes, there is belligerent sexual tension between him and Taylor. So I could see Inuyasha and Ayame adopted that very well. With Leo and Maya, I could see them adopt well in terms of like their unconditional love and of course their strong brand of leadership, given that I could definitely see Leo Corbett being very good chief material for Miranoi, which is Maya's homeland, and I could definitely see Maya being a great chieftainess for Miranoi. In fact, I would even go out my way and say that Leo and Maya have the potential to rule side by side as chief and chieftainess of Miranoi. As for Andros and Ashley, I could see that there's a sort of Prince Charming, and I kind of compare Ashley Hammond to a cross between Mulan and Tiana. Well, Mulan, basically. Yeah, Mulan and Megara from Mulan and Hercules, respectively. I could see her being akin to that. And I think that with Andros and Ashley, there's this whole unconditional love that they have for each other going on between them. And I think they would appreciate each other body and soul without a doubt. So those are definitely the Ranger romances that I have for Inuyasha and Ayame to, be inspired by and let alone emulate, because that is sort of the direction I could go for them in my Mighty Morphin Inurangers headcanon. Because yes, although Tommy and Kimberly are essentially boyfriend and girlfriend throughout all 3 seasons before Cat came along, I would even make the argument that Inuyasha's and Ayame's Ranger romance is just as strong and would really emulate, Eric and Taylor, Leo and Maya, and Andros and Ashley without a doubt. And I could even see Eric and Taylor among the Red Ranger, Yellow Ranger couples. I could really see Eric and Taylor be very close to Inuyasha and Ayame as best friends for life. In fact, I've even made that comparison of them as a couple. So there's a lot to be made in terms of Eric's and Taylor's military prowess combined with Inuyasha's and Ayame's super strong and absolutely fierce combat prowess as yokai martial artists or canine yokai martial artists. So I'm really happy that I've managed to make those decisions for them and really have that direction going for them. I couldn't have been any happier, even in spite of what certain canon people think, but who cares? I am still here for Inuyasha and Ayame as an amazing power couple. It's going to stay that way. And I feel definitely happy that I've managed to, be on this ride with them for many years. Well, I know that I have been going long as usual, but I hope you all enjoyed this stream. I had a lot to talk about and get out my chest. There's just a whole lot of stuff that has been brewing within me. So until then, I hope you all have a good evening, a good morning, a good afternoon, no matter where you are. And I wish you all a lot of love, a lot of prosperity, and a lot of awesomeness. Take great care of yourselves and stay wonderful, everybody.